Dear distinguished guests, professors, and students, on behalf of TED University, I would like to welcome you to the forum Great Power Competition in the Age of Digital Transformation, Türkiye at the Crossroads, which is jointly organized by the Political Science and International Relations graduate program at TED University and the US Embassy in Turkey. This event brings together experts from Türkiye, Hong Kong, and Belgium to discuss the growing significance of digital technologies in international politics and the global political economy, as well as their impact on Türkiye in the context of intensifying global digital competition. The forum consists of 4 sessions, each focusing on a specific topic. In the first session, Understanding Global Digital Competition, Dr. Sırma Altun and Dr. Berkay Orhaner will establish the forum's conceptual framework by discussing the political and sociological dimensions of contemporary great power competition in the age of global digital transformation. The second session is entitled The Politics of Artificial Intelligence and will feature a discussion by Dr. Veysel Tekdal and Dr. Michael Jinhan Zing on techno-nationalism in the global political economy and the global AI governance. The third session, Risks and Opportunities for Türkiye in the Global AI Landscape, will focus on Turkey's position in the global digital competition, with a discussion by Dr. Derya Göçer and Greg Hansen. In the final session, Digital Competition in the Neighborhood, Lessons for Türkiye. Dr. Emre Demir and Dr. Ceren Ergenç will discuss how global digital competition takes place in the Gulf region, Europe, and Turkey, and the lessons Turkey can learn from these regions. Before we begin the sessions, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Aylin Özman, Head of the Political Science and International Relations Department at TED University, to the stage to give her welcoming remarks.
Dear distinguished guests, colleagues, students, and friends, on behalf of the Department of Political Science and International Relations, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to our forum, Great Power Competition in the Age of Digital Transformations, Turkey at the Crossroads. Turkey at the Crossroads. We are honored to organize this event in collaboration with the US Embassy in Ankara. I would like to thank our partners at the embassy for their support, as well as our speakers joining us from Turkey, Belgium, and Hong Kong. Your presence here today is a strong indication of how seriously we must take the political implications of technological transformation. This forum is particularly, in fact, meaningful for us because it's organized under the umbrella of our newly established graduate program, the Graduate Program of Political Science and International Relations. It's the first major event led by the program, and it reflects the kind of intellectual agenda we want to pursue in the program. This is a program that takes new technologies seriously, that examines their role in global power struggles, and that encourages our students to think critically about the future of international politics. The title of today's event captures a simple but profound reality that digital technologies, and especially artificial intelligence, are no longer peripheral to world politics. In fact, they are now central to how power is accumulated, exercised, and contested. Data infrastructures, cloud services, algorithms, and platforms shape global value chains, security strategies, information flows, and public debate. They influence everything from industrial policy to election campaigns, from financial markets to the conduct of war, in fact. For this reason, I should say that AI is not only transforming the tools we use in the academia, but it's transforming the very subject matter of political science and international relations. questions of technological standards, data governance, and digital sovereignty are now questions about hierarchy and dependency, authority and control, and justice and inequality. And they demand the attention of scholars, policymakers, and citizens alike. With these points in mind, today's forum is designed to move from the global to regional and local. Our sessions will address the overall contours of global digital competition, the politics of artificial intelligence, the risks and opportunities for Turkey, and lessons from our wider neighborhood. We hope this structure will help us connect big picture strategic questions with concrete policy dilemmas. Before concluding, I should also add that our graduate program engaging with these issues is not a passing trend, but a long-term commitment. We want our students to be able to analyze technological change as a political process, to navigate complex interdependencies, and to contribute to informed public debate in Turkey and beyond. And let me conclude by, once again, thanking to US Embassy in Ankara for their cooperation, our distinguished speakers for accepting our invitation, and colleagues and students who worked very hard to make this event possible. And lastly, I would like to thank to our rector, Professor Sabuncuoğlu, for his continuous efforts and policy preferences for integrating new technologies and particularly AI to the educational as well as research processes at TED University. I wish all of us a very stimulating and productive day of discussion. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Professor Özman for her remarks. Now I would like to invite Mr. Brian Stimler, the Minister Consular for Public Affairs at the US Embassy in Turkey, to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with you this morning. I have some prepared remarks. Professor Özman already said in a much more eloquent way what I've been thinking and what I had thought of sharing with you. We're grateful at the Embassy to TED University and to the Department of Political Science and International Relations for putting together this event. I'm going to keep my remarks brief this morning, in part because I am not an expert on artificial intelligence, digital infrastructure, or how the IT sector impacts global or regional national economies. In fact, I've only read one book on the subject, and that book is Chip War. Has anyone here read Chip War? By a few people are raising their hands. By Chris Miller. It just came out a couple years ago. The book is about the United States and China and our competition over the past 60 years to develop semiconductors. And someone recommended the book, several people recommended the book to me, and it sounded very boring because it's not something that I normally would take an interest in, but it was fascinating and I learned a lot. Some of the things that I learned were, first, that I know very, very little about the IT sector and about how it impacts economies. I also learned what a lot of other people already know, which is that the political and economic decisions that are tied to the IT sector will have an ever-growing impact on our lives. The decisions that politicians and business leaders make today will have consequences that Professor Özman talked about, that will have consequences on our lives, on our country's economic security, our personal prosperity, our privacy, other human rights, impacts that will impact most every facet of our lives. So if these decisions that leaders are making are so important, then it's important that we all are informed. And that's why it's important for us to have conversations such as this today so that we understand the choices and the options facing our communities and societies. And that's why the U.S. Embassy is really excited to be supporting this forum today. I'd like to express, again, thank you to TED University, particularly to Professor Sabuncuoğlu for his hosting us and his commitment to both academic excellence and to open dialogue. I want to thank the organizers of this event, Dr. Emre Demir and Dr. Berkay Orhaner, who conceived and organized this event today in cooperation with the department's students, as I understand it. And I want to thank all of you for being here today. These conversations are most productive when they take place among people unlike me who actually know these issues and talk about these issues often. And I hope that you will have a really fruitful conversation today. I hope this exchange of different perspectives contributes to Turkey's continued technological development and economic security. Enjoy the forum today. Thank you.
I would like to thank Mr. Stimler for his remarks. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. İhsan Sabuncuoğlu, Director of TED University, to give his opening speech.
Distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, and the members of the diplomatic community, good morning. It is our pleasure to welcome you to TED University for this forum on great power competition in the age of digital transformation. We meet at the moment when digital technologies, artificial intelligence, data governance, and emerging technologies are reshaping not only the global economy, but also power structures and redefining the strategic landscape. The accelerating technological rivalry, particularly between the United States and China, has significant implications for global norms, economic independence, and security architectures. Turkey, positioned at the crossroads of regions, holds unique opportunity to navigate this environment with strategic autonomy and forward-looking vision. As a university, TED University, we are committed to knowledge production and societal impact. For that reason, we view this forum as a key opportunity to exchange the ideas and support constructive conversations. By bringing together distinguished experts from Turkey and abroad, we aim to deepen our collective understanding of challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Of course, I would like to thank the organizing people, Emre and Berkay in the first place, but also I thank to all the speakers and participants for contributing to this important conversation. I also extend my best wishes for highly successful and engaging forum. Thank you.
I would like to thank Professor Sabuncuoğlu for his remarks. Now it is time for the first sessions, Understanding the Global Digital Competition, to begin. This session will be moderated by Dr. Emre Demir and will feature Drs. Sırma Altun and Berkay Orhaner.
Good morning. I'm Esel Tekdal. I will act as the moderator. We have some last-minute changes, unfortunately. Emre will present the first talk. Sırma is not available to join us here because of a childcare emergency. But anyway, the talk is based on a joint project of Emre and Sırma, so not a big problem here. So Emre will start with a talk about the great power competition in digital transformation. Then Berkay, our second speaker, will continue to talk on sociological dimensions of great power competition. Each talk will take like 20 minutes. Then we will have ample time for Q&A session. Let's start, right? Okay, thanks.
Hello everyone. Good morning to all of you joining us today. I would like to first start by thanking the US Embassy in Turkey for giving us the opportunity to organize the event. This forum is organized as part of the US alumni grants, micro grants. So thank you very much, and I would like to thank İhsan Hoca and Aylin Hoca for their contribution, and everyone who contributed to the event to make this event a successful event, I hope. Unfortunately, as Veysel told, Sırma won't be able to join us today. She needs to take care of our daughter, actually. So since I need to be here, she had to stay at home because she's quite ill. So I try my best to cover her part today. Setting the frame, we wanted to actually provide the background for the remaining discussions. So great power competition in the age of digital transformation. Contemporary transformation and competition actually is defined by different scholars in different ways. Some talk about a new Cold War, some talk about a second Cold War, some say that China is challenging the rule-based international order which is centered which is centered by the United States or led by the United States, or some others from China especially claim that the United States is trying to contain China, while some others from the left or from post-colonial perspectives talk about a competition among imperial powers. So there are different ways of describing or defining today's competition. But of course, the Cold War and today's rivalry or competition are discrete periods. So they are different periods, but some of us think that they are part of a longer historical process. So they are not completely different eras, but like this contemporary competition is a continuation of the Cold War. So the similarity between the Cold War and today's competition is a sustained challenge to the US-led international order. Back then, primarily by the Soviet Union, but up to a degree by China, People's Republic of China, but also today by China primarily, but also by Russia and some other countries. But there's a very important distinction between the previous period and today's period, which is the spatial logic of the competition. So during the Cold War, great powers engaged in a zero-sum competition to incorporate territory into blocks. So there were two blocks, the Soviet bloc and the Western bloc, let's say, and these blocs required alliances. And they had minimum contact among each other, like minimum political contact, minimum economic contact, and contact among the society or people were highly limited as well. But today is a highly globalized world, right? Like the Cold War is over. It was, I mean, according to some, it was over in 1889, according to some others, 91. But in the last, let's say, 35 years, we are not talking about the Cold War anymore between at least the Soviet Union and the United States. So today, different from the Cold War, military containment is quite hard, let's say. Maybe it's impossible, but maybe it's quite hard to achieve because the US strategy during the Cold War was based on the containment of the Soviet bloc or socialist systems, but it is quite hard to contain a country like China, which we feel every day in different aspects in our lives. Therefore, rather than competing for different territories, as in the Cold War, today the two countries operate in the same territories. So not only like the states, but also the actors within the states, the transnational corporations and some other actors actually function in the same territory. So the globe is the place of competition, and each country hosts both the US and Chinese entities. And also, both economies are, of course, deeply interconnected. They are each other's number one or two trading partners, and they have high amounts of investment in each other's markets. Therefore, it's very hard to contain or like decouple, let's say, these two countries or economies from each other. But today, the United States and China compete on a grand scale or global scale for centrality in 4 interrelated transnational networks: digital, production, infrastructure, and finance. Of course, all these 4 are interconnected in a way, but today we will be more focusing on the digital networks, since our theme is digital competition. So here today, the competition is to control and connect key nodes in these networks. So we can talk it or name it as geopolitics of connectivity. So when we look at digital networks, we see that it is the competition for centrality in digital networks is the most defining feature of great power competition, right? Mr. Stimler talked about The Chip War by Chris Miller, and it's a very good book, and there are many others who write on the topic, and they talk about the competition in the digital realm. Here we see that there's a switch between, in the United States strategy since the early 2000s. So in the early 2000s, US tech giants like Apple, like Qualcomm and others, or Google, sought to enter the Chinese market, and they wanted to function there. So they often made significant compromises, such as censoring search results. This is the case for Yahoo and Google. So they actually supported China to build what is called the Great Firewall. That's a firewall to increase the control of the Chinese state in internet. So under this Great Firewall, Chinese firms like Baidu, Tencent, and Alibaba grew into formidable competitors who are actually competing globally with US or other Western enterprises. Because of that, and as a result of the global financial crisis in 2008 and its aftermath, the United States has shifted its strategy. So the primary goal of the United States today is the containment of the stack. So rather than trying to open the Chinese market to the US business, the United States, in the last 15 years approximately, wants to limit the global reach of Chinese tech firms. For example, the Trump administration, during the first Trump administration, the administration started the Clean Network Initiative, which was an attempt to, or which is still an attempt to, prevent the formation of integrated technology stacks that can combine Chinese and US components. So here we talk about integrated technology stacks, which includes infrastructure, hardware, and software all together. So the United States is doing its best to distinguish the Chinese technology stack from the US technology stack, and up to a degree it is highly successful, especially in Western capitals or in some allied capitals or countries, while some other allies like Turkey prefer to continue with the Huawei infrastructure due to different reasons. And in the third session, Derya Göçer will be talking about that in more detail. So this Clean Network Initiative forces countries to choose between American and Chinese digital ecosystems. And Berkay will be talking about, if I'm not wrong, how if such an attempt will be successful, how the internet will be actually split between Chinese and American internets, let's say. And also there is the state platform capitalism dimension of this contemporary competition. So here, both the United States and China are integrating their largest platform firms into their grand strategies, right? So China, which follows a state-led strategy, does it through its military civil fusion attempts, and it subordinates these platforms like Baidu, Tencent, and Alibaba to the party states' interests. On the other hand, the United States incorporates its platforms into the military-industrial complex as partners in cybersecurity. So the Big Five actually plays the primary role in this. So I said that there are 4 different networks that the major powers compete with each other, and primarily the United States and China. So we talked about the digital aspect or digital networks, and I would like to briefly talk about the remaining 3, production, infrastructure, and finance, because they are all interrelated to each other. So great powers today are actively competing to reshape the composition and geography of global production networks, especially in strategically vital sectors like semiconductors, telecoms, hardware, and electrical vehicles. Since a long time, actually, China has been following an industrial strategy to first reach the United States and, if possible, to become the dominating force in the international global political economy by the year 2049, which is the 100th anniversary of the People's Republic of China. So in 2015, China initiated its Made in China 2025 initiative to transform itself into a leading manufacturing power the mid-21st century. The Made in China is complete. As you can see, it was completed in the year, this year, but they have 2 other industrial policies which I think will be initiated or declared soon in the coming year. On the other hand, the US strategy is increasingly confrontational against the Chinese policies, let's say, and it is following protectionist industrial strategy, and Veysel Tekdal will be talking about this in the coming session. So, for example, the Chips and Science Act that was, let's say, offered in 2022 during the Biden administration offers significant state support to the US semiconductor industry, and the current administration is actually continuing this process. Also, the United States is following export controls to disrupt China's ability to obtain advanced computing chips and semiconductor manufacturing technology, and the United States is partnering with its actually allies and partners to accomplish this goal, like the Netherlands, like Taiwan, like Japan, and South Korea. And also, the 2 other networks are infrastructure networks and finance networks. So here we can talk about 2 different network proposals The Chinese one is the Belt and Road Initiative, and the US initiative is the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. And in the financial networks part, we see that the United States is the dominant actor in the global financial system through the US dollar, of course. And China, on the other hand, is not very successfully is attempting to erode this hegemony through the limited internationalization of its currency, renminbi, and the introduction of renminbi denominated oil futures, which are also called petro-yuan. So this, of course, competition, which is highly different from the Cold War competition, offers opportunities for different actors. So because the characteristics of contemporary competition makes it difficult for either side, for the United States or China, to conclusively win in the traditional sense, as the United States could win the Cold War against the Soviet Union. So today's gains are only partial and contingent in these four networks. And also, this network character of competition offers a chance for third parties, to pursue independent objectives. And therefore, scholars have been talking about different concepts to define this character of contemporary competition. Some of them call it poly-alignment, others call it omni-alignment, and some others call it multi-alignment. So rather than choosing sides between the United States and China, as countries were forced to do during the Cold War, today countries are strategically distributing their alignment. So rather than picking sides, trying to engage in different actors with different degrees. So this is not alignment with one of the powers, or non-alignment, as in the Cold War, because some countries preferred not to align during the Cold War, but this is poly, omni, or multi-alignment, so countries prefer to work with different actors at the same time and in these same networks. For example, in the third session, Derya Göçer will be talking about Huawei, and in the fourth session, again, I will be talking about the Saudi Arabian case, while Ceren Ergenç will be talking about the European Union case. And there we will see that these countries or institutions or organizations actually work with both China and the United States, but in different degrees. So third countries here do not want to be forced into binary choices between competing digital blocks. So they prefer flexibility, diversification, and multi-vector partnerships. Still, it seems that we are moving towards an era of increasing geoeconomic fragmentation. Because we are talking about concepts like de-risking, decoupling, even though it is quite hard to decouple from different economies in today's world, countries, and China being in the first place, actually are trying their best to limit their dependencies on other countries or economies or producers. So as a result of this policy uncertainty, poly-alignment seems to be a preferred choice of countries, or omni-alignment or multi-alignment. You can pick any of the concepts. Still, if the two countries, so China and the United States, force countries to pick sides, the world may splinter into rival blocks with parallel and largely disconnected networks, which Berkay will be talking soon. Because of the complexity of today's world compared to previous periods, we need to move beyond state-centric analysis, and we must focus on how this global geopolitical competition for network centrality plays out in the lives of people, so ordinary people, us, in the cities and neighborhoods. And also, we need to focus on how the choices made in these very locations will in turn shape the future of contemporary great power competition, because unlike the traditional explanation of great power rivalry which was based on the Cold War experience. Today, third parties are not like passive recipients of this competition, but they are, in different degree, also contributors or shapers of this competition as well. Thank you very much.
Let's continue with the Berkay's talk, then we will move to Q&A session.
Okay, good morning again. Thank you very much for all of the participants for being here, and thank you very much to US Mission again for their support. Thank you, Emre Hocam. And today, of course, we are talking about a great power competition of the great powers in the world, but specifically, I will be speaking about the experience of internet today. And of course, great competition is not limited with the experience of internet, but I think it is highly relevant for our personal experiences that we live every day. So that's why experience of internet is a very important dimension of this great rivalry between great powers. Of course, I will be talking about the sociological consequences as being a sociologist, and also I will be giving a little bit background about how we make these comparisons of what we are having today and what we had before in terms of Cold War. So if you walk into any conference room in these days or coffee shop today, the dominant topic of conversation is undoubtedly the artificial intelligence. AI technology is developing at a truly dizzying pace. We all feel the impacts of these developments in our professional careers and our private lives, and we are collectively curious and perhaps a little anxious about how the future will be reshaped by these algorithms. So we tend to believe that the impact of artificial intelligence will be so profound that the human history will be fundamentally divided into two distinct eras, pre-artificial AI and post-artificial AI. However, we must remember that only about 30 years ago, in 1990s, we felt exactly the same way about a different invention. At that time, we thought that the internet was the tool that would split history into two. In those years, the idea that a person could use a computer in their own home to communicate with potentially any other computer on Earth was nothing short of fascinating. The ability to send email instantly for free, the ability to access information that used to require days of library research, the ability to follow world events without relying on traditional media, these were mind-blowing developments. But the most important feeling the internet evoked in us was freedom. The internet offered experience that felt limitless, a sensation belonging to a singular global community. We didn't just use the internet, we surfed on it, navigating in an ocean which was full of surprises. So internet was such an amazing thing we surf every day. So that's why I wanted to show some nostalgia pictures from 1990s internet. However, as internet technologies matured, e-commerce spread, and public institutions moved online, the internet ended to be a secret playground for only a few computer geeks. It became an inseparable part of daily life. And inevitably, this meant that commercial anxieties, heavy regulations, and government bans began to penetrate the internet network. Today, the internet is losing its character as a free global village. That impression of a borderless cyberspace where anyone can connect with anyone, is unfortunately fading. In its place, the internet is becoming a structure that is strictly defined and segmented. Our experience of the web now depends entirely on our country of residence, the brand of the device held in our hands, the ecosystem that brand belongs to, and the specific audits and regulations our government applies. The internet, which once gave us sense of unity and freedom, is now perceived and fragmented structure, heavily influenced by regional borders, each with its own unique rules, regulations, and sanctions. The internet is no longer a single, vast, limitless place. It has transformed into divided digital islands. This phenomenon, increasingly defined by the title of my speech today, the splinternet. Splinternet is a portmanteau word combining splinter and the internet. This term points to severe cyber-balkanization of the World Wide Web. There are three primary factors driving the emergence of the splinternet. The first factor is the rise of the Great Firewalls. Emre Hocam already told about the Great Firewall of China. We are all accustomed to standard firewalls used for our own network securities, but the term Great Firewall refers to massive national-scale network filters developed by states to protect themselves from the negative influences of the internet. Of course, the negative influences of the internet is extremely subjective phenomenon from one country to another. When governments view the open internet as a threat to national sovereignty, they become very eager to build these walls. While the term is primarily associated with China, today we see similar systems in Russia, Vietnam, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Iran, Cuba, and many others. This is partly also related with the techno-nationalism in action. The second factor is commercial segmentation. This is a natural result, of course. It's the sheer volume of commercial transactions online. Companies often want to segment their devices and services based on the regions to maximize their profits and manage their logistics. By locking services to specific geographies, the private sector inevitably contributes to giving the internet as a fragmented place. The third factor is increasing in the regulations. This is closely related to commercial fragmentation too. Governments want to control commercial interactions online, largely to tax them, of course, but beyond taxes, regulations are increasing regarding ethical standards, data privacy, and data management. We are seeing a rise in data sovereignty laws specifically, where countries require that user data should be stored on local servers. Internet services, resources, they don't wish to comply with these strict regulations, simply exit those markets so that they choose not to address these regions, enforce their hands so that the internet also creates that fragmented appearance. Beyond these three factors, the real engine driving the splinternet is the intense great power competition, of course, that we are feeling globally today. This competition is frequently interpreted as the Second Cold War. The Second Cold War climate between the East and the West. The Cold War of the 20th century was defined by physical Iron Curtain. Now, today's great technological rivalry is building a digital Iron Curtain. The multidimensional effects of this competition are not limited just to internet experience, of course, as I mentioned in the beginning of my speech. Therefore, the splinternet covers only one part of the consequences of this digital rivalry. In later sessions of this forum, following speakers will address techno-nationalism, AI-based competition, and digital infrastructure, specifically regarding Turkey's position. However, I want to focus on how we conceptualize this. We inevitably think about these issues through the lens of the Cold War, of course. We even borrow some terminology from that era to name current phenomena. So we must ask, can this digital rivalry really be called as a new Cold War? What are the similarities and what are the differences? To deepen our understanding and our questions, I believe it is useful to briefly revisit the original Cold War era. Specifically, I want to remind you the social and cultural effects of the period between 1947 and 1991. While the Cold War is often defined by the nuclear arms race between USA and the USSR, it was fundamentally a battle for the hearts and minds of the global population. It was a process where both sides tried to prove that their worldview, actually, their way of life, was superior than the other one. The competition wasn't just about military hardware or who went to space first. It covered family structures also, religious life, art, and how our daily existence shapen. For example, we can look at this iconic photo, actually. This is known the kitchen debate, which is very famous in the Cold War history. Here we see US President Richard Nixon and the Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev at a fair in Moscow, standing in front of a model American kitchen, looking to the kitchen appliances. And here they made ad hoc debates between each other about which lifestyle is superior than others. And here Nixon didn't argue about the missiles. They argued about the dishwasher, actually, because Nixon's opening argument rested on the United States' appreciation for housewives. He stressed that offering women the opportunity to live in a comfortable home with directly installed appliances like dishwasher, right, was the ultimate example of American superiority. While pointing to the dishwasher, Nixon emphasized his strive to make life easier for women. Khrushchev replied very sharply, "Your capitalistic attitude toward women doesn't occur under communism." To which Nixon fired back, "I think that this attitude towards women is universal. What we want to do is simply making life easier for our housewives." The rivalry of East versus West penetrated to everything. In social life, religion, family structures, okay? Maybe the easiest one to remember is the ideology. Because the West argued that the capitalist mode of production would bring democracy. On the other hand, East believed that the communist ideal would bring authority down to the people. Related to the daily life, the West promoted the daily democracy of consumerism. Freedom meant walking into a market and seeing tons of different brands. It was the American dream, right? Enjoy the products or create a new one. The East, conversely, promised a system where no one was poor. Housing, health, and education were free. A collective life in an egalitarian system. Gender roles also were different. The West idealized the nuclear family, the male breadwinner and the female homemaker. The East criticized this, arguing that West imprisoned women in the home. The East prided itself on women being part of the workforce and equality. They sent the first woman into space in the same decade that Western culture was obsessing over feminine aesthetics and beauty standards. The art. The West championed abstract expressionism. It emphasized abstract thought and boundless freedom, art with no rules. And by the way, it is still highly debated today whether this movement, abstract expressionism, was secretly supported by the CIA as a state policy or not, but this is not my point of conversation today, of course. The East, on the other hand, championed socialist realism, art that had to idealize the life of the proletariat and approach reality from a revolutionary perspective. The faith. Communist ideal viewed religion as opium of the masses. Religion was simply a remnant of the old world that science would replace very soon. The West accused the East of being godless. They shaped an ideal democracy that feared God. In 1954, President Eisenhower even added the phrase "under God" to the Pledge of Allegiance. And the race. The West accused East threatening freedom. The East accused the West of racial segregation and hypocrisy. As you can see in this propaganda poster from the USSR, it says, raise the banner of proletarian internationalism, whereby all different communists coming from different races struggle together, they fight together. As you can see, the Cold War created dualities that shape souls, tastes, and beliefs of the generations, not only military or economic rivalry between the superpowers. But now let us turn back to the present day again. How does the splinter net and great power competition resemble this history? Today's digital competition, aligned with the commercial anxieties and government regulations, is clearly causing a polarization. For example, the Biden administration explicitly stated that China is a major competitor to the open international system. NATO, on the other hand, remains in constant tension with Russia. Both Eastern powers are reshaping their interest to protect them from aggressive Western influences. Both sides accuse each other of espionage, lack of trust, manufacturing fake news, and sabotaging the communication channels. The West accuses China and Russia of human rights violations. The East accuses the US of trying to establish hegemony, engaging in perception management, and disrespecting their sovereign rights. These mutual accusations are the strongest evidence that we are in a Cold War-like climate, at least. However, there is a major difference. Also, Emre Hoca also stated these points. The most significant distinction between today and the 20th century's Cold War is the significantly increased mutual interdependence. The polarizing sides are deeply connected economically. They are not free from each other's touch. On the other side, they are mutually interdependent very deeply. The polarizing sides are deeply connected. Neither China nor the USA can completely deny the other without destroying their own economic stability. Therefore, perhaps we are not experiencing a simple competition, but rather it is a co-opetition. In other words, it's a competition within cooperation. We established that the Cold War had a massive social and cultural effects. Can the splinter net produce similar sociological shifts? I want to highlight three potential dimensions about this. First, the digital sovereignty and identity. I can't. Şimdi oldu. Çok özür dilerim. Eyvallah. Whenever the computer guy comes, the problem solves. So this is a matter of energy in the universe. Yes. 5 minutes. The present day. In today's digital competition, aligned with commercial anxieties and government regulations, is clearly causing polarization, as I stated. Now I would like to highlight three potential dimensions of the splinter net. The first one is digital sovereignty and identity. As digital borders harden, the areas behind these borders become sovereign digital territories. This means that in divided internet islands, we might see the cultivation of different citizen stereotypes. The internet plays a central role in our lives. If that internet is shaped by different sovereign powers, it will deepen identify differences globally. Divided internet islands, following different news and discussing different agendas, will effectively reconstruct reality differently for people in the East versus the West, or from each of these different digital internet islands. The second influence, the surveillance and algorithmic anxiety. The splinter net breeds paranoia, definitely. We are developing a collective suspicion. We fear our digital identity will be stolen. We fear scammers. We fear we are doing something that benefits a hostile stranger. This algorithmic anxiety makes us cautious about opaque systems of the internet. Are the contents on my social media feed actually what I choose, or am I being manipulated? Are my choices being sold to political research companies like the Cambridge Analytica scandal of Facebook in 2010? Are my emails or videos I watch being monitored by my country's enemies? These questions lead to a mood of self-censorship and constant unease. And the third influence, the fragmentation of cultural narratives. The splinternet will change future. When the internet was viewed as a single free center, we saw trends ripple across the whole world instantly. A song like Gangnam Style, for example, could unite the globe immediately. But the splinternet may prevent this. Instead of global viral hits, each internet island will have its own trends, unrelated to the others. Different ecosystems will transmit different sensations. Local and global news will be perceived differently. Effectively, all these different ecosystems will create different worldviews. To conclude, the internet ecosystem of the near future will likely contain more echo chambers. Narratives shaped by governments on different digital islands will strive to raise desired citizens. We will see more barriers in global trade. We are already seeing them. Each power center will accuse the other of gaining unfair advantages through technology. And surveillance will increase. Rather than one big brother, we will live in the suspicion of being watched by several big brothers with S. In the long run, we will see how these affect our professional lives and personal lives and our search for meaning, of course. And finally, it is very easy to see splinternet with pessimism. A divided internet where data faces with obstacles to cross borders, and digital underworlds which harbor hostility. Certainly, these things doesn't match the cosmopolitan world citizen ideal of the early years of the internet. But still, there are some room for optimism. We have understood better than ever that the world is a small place and we are deeply interdependent. My hope is that we can secure our global unity not just out of the desperation of being dependent economically on one another, but through a genuine excitement and desire to design a better collective future altogether. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks Berkay, thanks Emre. Great talks for framing the broad contours of digital competition between great powers and the sociological consequences of this competition. Now we can collect questions, comments. Yeah, let's go. Please raise your hand and ask your question, make your comments. Yeah, hocam. Maybe you can.
Okay, I have a microphone. You know, this technological war we are talking about, in a way, it can be explained by scientific war as well. You know, can be reduced to the scientific competition as well. And how can you explain President Donald Trump's policies against especially for top or elite universities in the US? How can you explain this, you know? On one hand, United States is in the battlefield of technology, you know, competing against China, whereas you are weakening the most, you know, or finest U.S. Research universities. How can you explain this as a political science and international perspective? what is it? I mean, it's a kind of dilemma, you know, and I'm not able to answer it. Can you help me to better understand this policy, and is it good for US or not? I don't know. Thank you.
You like to respond now, or any other comment? Yeah, please.
First of all, thank you for this wonderful presentations. I have a little comment and question for the split internet experience, because this actually quite a while is bugging me in my mind. So I'm going to, actually, I have some concerns about this algorithm anxiety thing, because I find this a bit West-centric, that anxiety, because since the beginning of the internet, it was a kind of unipolar system. It was like the rules were mainly made by the United States and West or Europe, whatever you call it. But now it's kind of, I see this splinternet age actually is kind of a democratization of the internet actually, because now other countries, if they want, if they have their infrastructure or something, they can actually raise their voices in the internet. Since the beginning, in my opinion, it's like we had to check, like cross-check, the references, the source of the information in the internet. Now we actually became aware of this fact, because you shouldn't actually believe what you saw in the first place. So my question comment, that's why I call it question/comment, is that do you find this anxiety, this pessimistic actually comments on the split internet experience a bit more West-centric maybe? Thank you so much again.
Did you introduce yourself?
If I'm?
Could you introduce yourself?
I'm so sorry, I forgot. My name is Zeynep Elif Koç. I'm an independent researcher. I have recently finished my PhD. Thank you very much,
Thanks,
and I'm sorry.
Any other? Yeah, please go ahead and then. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Jacopo Franceschini, Istanbul Policy Center. Thank you for the event from TED University and the US Ambassador and, mission in Turkey and the presentation. I have a question for both the presentation and regards Turkey. Where, I mean, in this internets, on digital, we were speaking about multi-stakeholderism and state-centrism, and was a very net division between East and West in the past. I'm not so sure anymore about that. As Berkay Hoca mentioned, there is the digital sovereignty in European Union. I know quite well that environment, and okay, we are not speaking about just multi-stakeholderism there anymore. And in this experiment of algorithm society, digital nation, which in Turkey is something, because milli ve yerli, it's still a very used slogan in Turkey digital domain, I would say. Where we situated Turkey, and also in the competition. I mean, I think Turkey is quite well handling the situation between the East and the West from a digital perspective, but I would love to hear your comments if you have one.
All right, last question for this round. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This is Recep Gündüz. I'm working for my advisory office. And so I would like to ask a question regarding one thing that I kind of thinking that we missed out during these conversations. There were very insightful, thoughtful contributions regarding the cooperation in the field of the digital area between China and United States. But the thing that I think that is missing out is the regulation side of it, right? So the only country or countries that are most often thinking about or talking about regulating the digital area seems to be European Union, but at the same time, most of the people think it's the losing one in this digital race, right? So Digital Markets Act or other regulations are at the center of the discussions, but combining it with the discussions started with the Draghi report, it's very obvious that Europe is missing out something, not only limited with the regulation, but also in the race of the digitalization. So carrying this argument or this discussion to the topic of today, do we think that is there a cooperation in not regulating this area between China and United States, or can we take it this way, like there's a secret cooperation of not regulating our companies but regulating the others to a certain extent? Thank you very much again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Interesting question. So we have still 15 minutes. I think you can use 5 minutes in this round. All right. 5 minutes for each.
Thank you very much for the questions. İhsan Hocam, regarding to the academia and their relationship to the splinternet or the great power competition, it's a little bit saddening because we were talking about this before and you were mentioning that sometimes the PhD students even coming from China and some Asian countries might be seen as spies. There are some suspicious activities related with their academic activities in the US, so that in some of the universities in the West may have some suspicion related that these students are not only here for their academic pursuits, but also they are trying to steal some of the secrets. I don't want to sound so romantic, of course, but this is saddening thing for me, because at least in the academia, people can achieve all together as humans, right? But right now, this great power competition, this huge rivalry between superpowers of the world may create that suspicion, which is not so good, of course. Regarding to the Western-centric algorithmic anxiety, I agree with you in a great sense, but there are also some reasons that the people in East and also people in the West may feel that algorithmic anxiety altogether, but maybe subjectively I can divide this tension related with the algorithm anxiety in West and East like this. I think the people in the, if a problem related with the data sovereignty appears in the West, it is mostly related with some commercial purposes, like the Facebook scandal in 2010. So when this problem, such problems appears in the West, people have this anxiety that their identity, digital identity, are used for some commercial purposes. But these problems, if they appear in the East, we have some different kind of suspicions, maybe some hostile political powers, some other countries are trying to do some bad things, right? But in each of the cases, I think sovereignty-related problems or data breach-related problems both appear in the East and the West, and I think the algorithmic anxiety definitely defines in the West, but right now it's a global phenomenon as much as I think about that. Mr. Jacopo, Turkey's position about the splinternet, there are a lot of developments related with that. Most of the times on the reads, on the news, we can read several news like with the court decision, another website is banned or closed. So these web pages sometimes closed for the sake of public health, right? To saving our children. But sometimes the reason, the rationale related with the closings have some suspicious activities too, related that perhaps these websites are closed because of some marginalized views or some political oppositions. So I think this is true for all countries, including Turkey. Are we doing this to save ourselves from the bad impacts of the global internet, or we are trying to compose our own way of tamed internet? So the tension between these is very important, and I think it's the mission of the public policymakers to convince citizens that we are doing it for the good one. Related to the Recep Bey's question, maybe Emre Hocam has better answers.
Thank you very much for the questions. I would like to follow the same order and start by answering İhsan Hoca's question. I actually don't have that answer, unfortunately, Hocam. I guess no one has. Because the Trump administration and the president himself is fighting with some of the world's finest or top universities due to different... Yes, research funding, yes, because of... Yes, yes.
Than, not admitting Chinese students. I'm talking about cutting significantly the funding
Yes.
of some top universities,
Yes, Harvard is one of them, and there are some others.
Columbia and many others.
Of course, it will impact the U.S. research, of course, negatively.
And many very distinguished scholars, scientific people who are very and famous in many different areas, they are moving. They are moving to Australia, they are moving to Asia and some other countries, you know what I mean? And Europe is also funding some of these faculty members. I mean, you are talking about the technological war, but, one of the main instruments of the technology development is the universities, isn't it? And then you are weakening it. I cannot understand this.
As I said, it's very hard to understand why the president is doing. I mean, of course, he has his own agenda, like domestic politics, etc. But since we are hosting our guests from the United States, I shouldn't be too critical, maybe, at this point at least. Let me continue with Mr. Yakovov's question. I mean, actually, we have a session devoted to the Turkish case, right? Derya Geçer will be talking about Huawei and how, I know what she's going to talk actually, because it is based on an article she has written with Ceren Ergenç also, which will be published soon in 2 or 3 months. But therefore, she will be focusing, and Mr. Hansen from the U.S. Embassy will be talking about the U.S. perspective. But Turkey is a member of the NATO alliance and ally of the United States, of course. While Turkey is working with China in many different aspects, like Huawei's 5G infrastructure and many other Chinese companies functioning in Turkey in the digital sector, but as well as other sectors like green infrastructure, etc. It seems that Turkey is trying to find its way in this competition by keeping its options as much as possible open, but while also considering its alliance with the United States. Because in the end, Turkey is a NATO member, right? Turkey is a NATO country. So it cannot act in that sense fully independent from its alliances. And digital, as İhsan just said, like it has connections with others, including defense procurement, right? Defense weapons. So if you insist on working with the Chinese, as in the case of the United Arab Emirates, for example, you cannot get the F-35 fighter jets. So some of the, these stacks, technology stacks, are highly integrated to each other, and they might, in the end, result in the exclusion of Turkey from some parts of the competition, let's say, or the US technology stack. Therefore, Turkey needs to find a delicate balance. And Recep's question. I mean, I don't know the regulation, of course. I mean, you worked in the sector for a long period of time. You know it much better than I do, actually. But let me also direct the question to other sessions, since we are the organizers, co-organizers, so I know all the sessions very well. So in the next session, Michael Jinhan Zhang will be talking about global AI governance. He's actually writing on that quite a lot. So maybe he will provide some information about that, and also it would be very good if you could ask the question. But in the Chinese case, actually China is regulating its own domestic digital sector, AI sector, very much. And while the EU seems to be taking the lead, there's a competition between actually the United States, EU, and the United States, how to or whether to regulate global AI. But they have different perspectives, of course, on the matter, but it would be better if we allow Professor Zhang to go into details. And Cerenca, in the final session, actually, we will be talking about the EU and its digital sector and policies, since she is also currently working at like European's core think tank on the matter. I guess, again, she would give us more information about these things, because unfortunately I'm not working on regulation and I don't work on the EU especially. But this is my overall answer. Thank you very much.
We still have a couple of minutes. If there's someone with questions or comments, we can take. If not, we can continue with coffee and chat. All right. Applaud the speakers. Let's have coffee. Thanks.
Session. I will be moderating this session. This time we will be talking about the politics of artificial intelligence. And just like in all other sessions, we will have two distinguished speakers. The first speech will be from Dr. Veysel Tekdal from Osman Gazi University. Veysel Hoca came from Eskişehir this morning. Thank you very much, Veysel Hocam, for all the effort. His speech will be titled US and Chinese Approaches to Technological Mercantilism, Drivers, Policy Tools, and Contradictions. Hocam, would you like to stand here or go there? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I use technological mercantilism in the title, but the more common way of expressing this is technological nationalism, actually, and I will try to compare Chinese and US approaches to technological nationalism or techno-nationalism. My focus will be on motivations or drivers, policy tools, and contradictions. First, let's define techno-nationalism. I use the definition provided by Linda Weiss and Elizabeth Turbin. They are, leading prominent political economists, and I think their definition is insightful. Basically, they say the techno-nationalism refers to a policy approach that takes protecting and enhancing domestic technological capabilities as a top priority before other policy concerns. And often it is pursued against a clearly defined rival. If your rival is trying to catch up with you, then you are trying to holding off the rivals. If you are on par, you are trying to getting ahead of your rivals. Or if you are behind, if you are latecomer, then you seek to close the gap with the rivals. So This is my understanding of techno-nationalism in this presentation, and clearly we observe a rising trend of techno-nationalism since early or mid-2010s across all major economies, China, United States, European Union, and many others. I think we can identify usual policies containing techno-nationalist policy playbook. I divide them into two broad groups. The first group is more mobilization-oriented tools, and the second group refers to more defensive tools. You know, Chinese government, US government seek to strengthen their domestic capabilities through manufacturing subsidies, tax incentives, R&D subsidies, etc. At the same time, in addition to this mobilization-oriented tool, at the same time they seek to restrict tech transfer to rival powers, often through export restrictions, often through investment screening. And last major element, I would say, is to protect market from the rivals. Rival powers, often through tariffs or other non-tariff barriers. All right, from on, I will first discuss Chinese techno-nationalism and then move to discuss US techno-nationalism. Behind Chinese techno-nationalism, we could identify two overarching motivations, I think. The first one is economic catch-up. You know, China is a middle-income country. It seeks to become a high-income country over next decade. To do so, you need to nurture your high-tech industries, right? There is no other way to move up to the league of high-income countries for a country like China. So there's an economic logic behind Chinese techno-nationalism. This is one side of the picture. The other side is more kind of geostrategic, actually. We could clearly identify a motivation to narrowing the technological military power gap with the United States. So these economic and geopolitical logics play the key motivations drivers of Chinese techno-nationalism. And I think we could trace the role of ideas behind Chinese techno-nationalism in Beijing among Chinese political elite. Since mid-2010s, there is like almost a consensus to pursue ambitions in critical and emerging technologies because they believe there's an historical window of opportunity before China, an opportunity to leapfrog technologically through emerging and critical sectors. We can substantiate this proposition through some quotations from important policy documents. We could find many. I limit myself to just one quotation from Innovation-Driven Development Strategy document published by State Council, the highest decision-making organ in Chinese government. It states that in a new round of global technological revolution is accelerating. A group of revolutionary new technologies are changing the relative strength of nations. And our country faces both a rare opportunity to catch up and surpass. So you clearly see a specific reading of history. They read the current period as a window of opportunity, and they identify an opportunity with critical and emerging industries. This is I think, clearly reflected in this quotation. Also, we can find many speeches of President Xi Jinping, in which the importance of high-tech is emphasized. Just a new quotation from his new speech. Interestingly, he used battlefield metaphor in that speech, he says the high-tech field has become the front line and main battlefield of international competition now. So again, in this competition, you see the alignment, the coupling of economic and geostrategic logics in Chinese techno-nationalism. Policy tools. Policy tools are broadly similar across countries. Almost all major economies use manufacturing subsidies, tax concessions, demand-side incentives, and some of them also use regulations forcing technology transfer, as China does. In Chinese case, we clearly can argue that subsidies play a more important role in Chinese techno-nationalism compared to techno-nationalism in EU, techno-nationalism in United States. This is, to some extent, this is understandable because, China is a late-comer country, a late developing country, and generally speaking, late developing countries use subsidies more to support their own companies. So, to some extent, it's quite okay, I think. But at the same time, the part of the reason why subsidies play a more important role in Chinese techno-nationalism is that its economic structure, its economic model itself is a bit more status compared to others. Most important characteristics, I would say, of Chinese statist economy is that financial system is being controlled by state itself. This is a crucial tool, actually, if you like to support your industries. And actually, starting from early 2010s, but clearly strengthening after Made in China initiative declared in 2015, we see a surge in Chinese subsidies to Chinese companies. Again here, China, the investment mobilization tools that China used have some similarities with, mobilization tools in EU, in United States, etc. Like manufacturing subsidies, subsidized credits or cheap credits. But at the same time, China used some innovative tools to provide state capital in the service of innovative companies or high-tech companies. This is actually the most important innovation in this regard is government-led funds. Through this government-led funds, China created a sort of patient capital. Private capital, oftentimes private capital is short-termist, right? Seeking returns in short period of time. But if you are government and you like to see some successful high-tech companies, you need to have a more long-time perspective, right? And you need to finance this long-term investment. So the creation of this patient capital is a distinctive characteristic of Chinese investment mobilization, I would say. And innovativeness comes from the idea that asking state-owned companies, asking state policy banks to contribute to some national funds through their idle funds. For instance, China Tobacco, China Mobile. China Mobile is like Türk Telekom in Turkey, okay? And apparently they have some idle funds. And Chinese government asked them to contribute their idle funds to government-guided funds. And by this way, they pool a huge sum of patient capital through policy banks, through ministries, through state-owned enterprises. And just an example, probably the most important example, the Chinese government established National Integrated Circuit Industry Fund in 2014, and over time, reportedly, the money raised by this fund approaching 100 billion USD. So many subsidies play a more important role in China compared to others, and use of innovative tools facilitated this surge in subsidies in China. I'm moving to discuss contradictions. Contradictions. In some sectors like EV battery, EV sector in general, high-speed rail, solar energy sector, Chinese companies have become global leaders. On the right side, you see a table ranking the largest EV battery companies in the world. And the marked ones are Chinese ones. As you can see, CATL and BYD capture more than 50% of global market, global EV battery market. And the share of total Chinese firms is over 70%. So in some sectors, this generous subsidies, this investment mobilization really helped Chinese firms to become global leaders. But in other sectors, Chinese firms still face significant technological barriers and market gaps, preventing them to being global leaders. Here below you see a graph comparing the share of medical technology exports of European Union, United States, and China. And apparently, despite all support, all subsidies provided by Chinese government, China's share of medical exports have not really meaningfully increased over time since 2010s. So we should recognize that Chinese firms in many other sectors still face significant barriers to become real global leaders. In addition to medical devices, I think high-end machinery, aerospace, semiconductor sectors are similar to these lagging sectors, examples to these lagging sectors, actually. Other contradictions, in many high-tech sectors, China has overcapacity. Just an example from EV battery sector. It is reported that 50% of Chinese EV production capacity is not being used currently because there is no demand for them. So apparently we have some redundant investments. The reason behind this redundant investment is another topic. We can talk about it, but it's clear that in many sectors, Chinese firms suffer from overcapacity. Relatedly, overcapacity causes low profitability because if market is saturated, if there is no enough demand, then companies compete with each other quite harshly. Just two indicators about the declining profitability in China. Return on assets is an indicator to use to gauge profitability in an economy or productivity in an economy. And it looks like in recent years, return on assets has been declining for both state-owned enterprises and private enterprises in China. And below we have even more striking figures showing that profit rates in solar industry is lower than profit rates in traditional industries in China. So this is not quite exactly what Chinese government wants actually, right? Okay, they want to see global leaders in high-tech sectors like solar energy, but at the end of the day, the purpose of the whole economic activity is generating profits, right? And solar power industry is facing a serious profit crisis, profit issue. This is not quite exactly what Chinese government wants, actually. And another related problem is growing external protectionism. You know, U.S. market is now in many sectors is de facto protected from Chinese firms, and a new, perhaps a more moderate version of protectionism is developing in the EU. And here we have a question, you know, can you really become a global leader, global leading firm without access to two major markets, United States and EU? That's a big question for midterm, actually. And also we have some, you know, financial risks. I will keep it brief because I guess I need to talk a bit about U.S. techno-nationalism. Yeah, China is providing subsidies, you know, using innovative tools, financing tools, etc. But at the same time, there's a question that is financial risk accumulating behind the scenes? That's an important question and real question. We can talk about it later. And drivers of U.S. techno-nationalism. You know, here the motivation is to protect foundations of American military and economic primacy. And clearly, another clear driver of American techno-nationalism is to holding of China's catch-up. We can substantiate this from national documents or speeches of leaders. A document from Trump period, for instance, notes that American leadership in science and technology faces growing challenges from strategic competitors. Guess who are the competitors? And President Biden's first speech to Congress underlined that, or let me read directly from his speech. We will see more technological change in the next 10 years than we saw in the last 50 years. And we are falling behind in that competition. China and other countries are closing in fast. We have to develop and dominate that products and technologies of the future, advanced batteries, biotechnology, computer chips, clean energy. So clearly they perceive a threat from China to American technological and military primacy. What kind of tools U.S. techno-nationalism used? Toolkit include export control, investment screening, tariffs, industrial policy, and so on. Exact policy mix vary across sectors, you know. In sectors where United States is the leader, like semiconductors, I would say restrictive measures like export controls, investment restrictions play the central role, while they were complemented by investment incentives. But in sectors where United States is trying to catch up with China, especially green tech sectors, in that case, investment intensive play the central role while being complemented by tariffs and other restrictions. So it depends, the policy mix depends the relative position of United States in the sector. Yeah, policy tools. Trump administration rested more on the restrictive tools like export restrictions, tariffs, etc. But Biden administrations mobilize huge sums of money for supporting American firms in green tech and semiconductors. You know, Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS and Science Act play an important role, and they mobilize, actually, they help to mobilize huge sums of investments in those sectors, but degree of success vary across sectors. For instance, in green tech, these support measures, these subsidies really help an investment surge in battery cells. But at the same time, despite these incentives, American firms refrained from investing in battery materials. Similarly, in wind equipment, despite the support, despite the incentives, we see a weak growth in investment. In semiconductors, yes, some firms choose to reshore, reinvest in United States by using subsidies, but some others, like Apple, for instance, remain aloof, indifferent to the subsidies and stay largely outside of United States, show just a limited response to reshoring calls from the government. So challenges, contradictions in the United States case. Apparently, the most important contradiction challenge for the US is that the government's efforts to mobilize investments in critical sectors are not so successful in some sectors. Why? I developed a theoretical explanation for this. I think sectoral structures and corporate interests can constrain or contradict state managers' geostrategic goals. Okay, from a geostrategic point of view, yeah, United States must invest in green tech, but companies, firms may not be on the same page with the United States government on that regard. Let me a bit talk more about the corporate interest and corporate interest. You know, United States economy is highly financialized economy, and often big US companies, S&P 500 companies, often do not choose to invest huge sums of money for long-term, capital-intensive manufacturing sectors. Rather, they prefer financial activities like share buybacks and other kind of financial activities because the profit is probably higher and shorter term. So it looks more attractive to US companies to earn money from financial activities. For instance, President Biden suggested quadrupling the tax on corporate buybacks to encourage long-term investments instead of to promote long-term investments in manufacturing. He was not successful, So the financialization is a strong element in American economy, and I think, and many people, many political economists think that undermines the government's goal of investment mobilization in critical sectors. Also, sectoral structures play an important role, I would say. In some sectors, entry barriers are high and returns on investment are relatively more unpredictable. Just an example, but battery materials. It's a capital-intensive industry. You need to invest at least a few $100 million to operate a battery material processing plant, and you need to have a long investment horizon, like 5-10 years. It's too long for private capital. Private capital demands some support, some de-risking measures. Government provides some de-risking support, but corporates find current support level not enough. They demand more and more de-risking measures like floor prices, price guarantees, etc. And in battery materials, we see also a kind of market concentrated around a few large Chinese companies. There's an oligopolistic market structure, and these also discourage US companies to invest. And also, return on investment is highly predictable because if you, for instance, check lithium prices, you will see a price graph something like this, zigzagging showing significant drops, significant ups. So return on investment is not quite predictable. So sectoral structures and corporate interest undermine US government's intention to mobilize investments in critical sectors. All right, I'm finishing my presentation. The key takeaways, yeah, China used heavy mobilization. This mobilization helped investment surge in many sectors, but in some sectors there are still huge tech and market gaps. Even in successful sectors, apparently China needs to deal with overcapacity, low profit margins, and growth external protectionism in the years to come. In the United States, the problem is something different. Government is not quite successful in mobilizing investments in critical sectors. Private sector remained reluctant in sectors where investment horizons are long and returns are relatively uncertain. So both superpowers will need to address this kind of contradictions and challenges in the coming years. Thanks for your patience. This is the end of
Thank you very much, Veysel Hocam. Our second speaker is participating all the way from Hong Kong, actually. Dr. Michael Jingen Zhang from City University of Hong Kong. He will be with us using some remote connection. Can you hear me, Dr. Zhang?
Very much for having me. I would like to, can you hear me now? I can see your screen is.
So, Dr. Zhang, just a couple of minutes for the technical details. Yes, we are seeing right now. Right. Thank you very much for being with us, actually. Dr. Zhang is participating from City University of Hong Kong, and his talk will be titled Navigating the Global Artificial Intelligence Race, Risks, Rivalry, and Global Governance. And the screen is yours, Dr. Zhang. Thank you.
Right, okay. So thank you, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. And also thanks to Professor Demir for inviting me to join this important forum. I just recently joined Hong Kong, and previously I was based in the UK for 13 years and the US for 3 years. And I have to say that when I was in the UK, Turkey, especially Dalaman and Antalya, remained the top destination for my family holidays. So it's a place that I would love to visit in the future and very soon. So I would like to share a bit on my most recent research on the US-China AI race, and especially on ChatGPT and DeepSeek a bit. So, as we all know, now AI is becoming more and more important nowadays. It is no longer only being shaped by great power politics. It has been actively shaping great power politics as well. If you were following about the view in Russia, for example, Putin said AI is the future, and whoever becomes the leader in the area will become the ruler of the world. And also in the US as well, the most recent American's AI action plan has literally started with winning the race, right? So to win the race is becoming very important. And I think this was laid out by the President Donald Trump very clearly, that as our global competitors race to exploit this technology, it is national imperative for the US to achieve and maintain unquestioned and unchallenged global technological dominance. So the narrative of winning the race and it become more and more important nowadays in the US. And also Trump has been remarkably consistent on this one, because if you go back to 2019, in the first executive order on AI he signed, it follows the same kind of rhetoric that he used to say that continued American AI leadership in AI is remarkably important to American national security, American economic security. At the same time, he wants to build AI for American innovation, AI for American industry, AI for American workers, and AI with American values. And very similarly, you will see that China has very similar views on this. And as Xi Jinping said, that escalating the development of a new generation of AI is strategic handhold for China. and we need to ensure that core AI technology are firmly in our own hands. So if we follow this, I think we are seeing a very clear picture of this global AI risks. That major countries in the world, I mean, are all thinking AI is important, all thinking AI is going to define the future global order. And not surprisingly, there are a considerable amount of anxiety of losing this global AI race. In the US, for example, you see lots of this kind of media discussion or discussion from the former Pentagon software chief, or discussion with leading tech analysts or a professor in Harvard has been talking about to what extent China has already won the AI race with the US. And most recently, probably many of you have been paying attention to this comments from NVIDIA CEO and talking about China will win AI race with the US. So this clearly has created a considerable amount of anxiety in the US, not only in Washington, in general, about the potential of losing the AI race, or the US have already lost the AI race with China. So my research has been looking into how China has been viewing about this AI race as well. Does China have the same level of anxiety? So this paper was published in March this year, about a few months ago in Chatham House Journal, and we looked into Chinese perception of militarized AI, and a key finding is that the US factor play a remarkably important role in shaping this Chinese perception of AI. So this is one quote we got from an article. For example, the scholar argued that AI is recognized as a disruptive technology that is most likely to change the future world. And the emergence of AI weapon will fundamentally change the warfare. Military power like the US have already have their plan. So China urgently need to catch up and to develop its own AI technology in military, right? So you can see the same kind of anxiety in China's side that China do not want to lag behind in this age of AI. And we also looked into about the pattern of Chinese interests in discussion about AI. What we find remarkably interesting is the US third overseas strategy in 2014 very much motivated China's national strategy in 2017, and the victory of Google DeepMind over the top-ranked human player in the Chinese board game has become really a big moment that shocked China, just like ChatGPT did a few in 2022. And then there are a lot of growing anxiety within China that AI might further widen the gap between American military capacity and Chinese ones as well. So we got a few takeaways from this study that number one, the US factor play a key role in shaping Chinese perception of militarized AI. Number two, there are a considerable amount of anxiety and also admiration on American AI initiatives and practice within China. So they are look up to the US basically. And American AI progress and success has produced considerable amount of anxiety and reflection within China. So you will argue, as we all know, militarized AI is important. So it's natural that Chinese army is going to get worried. But how about non-military AI or the civilian use of AI? So this is the most recent research that I have done with my team. We published this result about a few weeks ago. So we look into the case of ChatGPT, which is not that militarized AI. It is probably mostly used in our daily life, although sometimes it can be used for military purpose. So look into it and trying to understand how the ChatGPT kick off the generative AI race between US and China from the very beginning, from back in 2022. So what is remarkably interesting is the same story here, that when ChatGPT was introduced in late 2022, there was a global reflection on why was ChatGPT not invented there, right? Europe had the same kind of reflection as in many other countries. So in China, it was a big kind of national shock as well. A lot of people in China's strategic community, in China's AI industry, in Chinese government has been asking the question, why was ChatGPT not invented in China? And this has created a considerable amount of strategic anxiety and a high level of insecurity within China. And some Chinese scholar has been explicitly argued that ChatGPT might represent ideological and regime security in China, which will be fundamentally change China's political order. So this is one quote we got that that some argue that in the context of this intensified US-China ideological battle, the US might be able to leverage its technological hegemony and using certain generative AI system to use algorithm black box to deliver anti-China content and will shape international audience perception of China in a negative light. And then generative AI will create content that will infiltrate China's ideological security, allowing the US and the West to conduct a multidimensional, comprehensive, multi-perspective battlefield of ideological influence and attack against China. And this strategy will undermine the Chinese Communist Party and Chinese government control and influence both domestic and international ideological domain, escalating the process of peaceful revolution within China. So you can very much see there is a lot of anxiety about what this kind of negative impact ChatGPT might have on China's political security. And so China immediately rolled out the world's first generative AI regulation and trying to make sure that the generative AI needs to align with China's core socialist values. This includes, as you can see from the picture on the right, the bottom one, the eight the Dodon's over like a Dodon core socialist values, and to make sure that generative AI do not overthrow China's socialist system, are not a threat to China's national security and national interests, do not damage China's national image, and do not undermine China's unity and social stability. So this is the first action China will take immediately. And the second action is China immediately boosted its AI industry and ended its crackdown on China's tech giants, immediately trying to improve the relation between the state and tech giants and restore their confidence, and push heavily for the Chinese version of ChatGPT. And we all know the story that afterwards, earlier this year, the DeepSeek come out, shock the world, and turns out to be something that is better than many would expect it. And this time, this AI race referred this anxiety to the US side. As you can see from this quote from Trump, that the release of DeepSeek should be a wake-up call for American industry. We need to be laser focused on competing to win. And you can see a lot of anxiety and insecurity in the US side about the birth of DeepSeek. And it's not only a competition to innovation, but also it's a competition to governance. And I think many were worried that Chinese generative AI regulation is also a wake-up call for the US in terms of regulation. And some argue it is imperative for the US to lead and shape the rule governing such transformative power and should not let China to write the future rules of innovation around the world. So essentially, we are seeing not only a US-China race to innovation, but also a US-China race to govern about who has the rights to write the future rules for AI governance. And many has been obviously comparing about ChatGPT and DeepSeek, and the US has also been adapting the same kind of security lens to say DeepSeek as China seeing ChatGPT. So for example, some has been pushing to ban DeepSeek from the US government app, or some has been comparing about DeepSeek with ChatGPT. What is really interesting is if you ask DeepSeek and ChatGPT about questions such as Donald Trump, such as Gaza, such as Russia, such as COVID, and more, it will give you very different kind of answers and shows you that to many extent, those generative AI do have their political value aligned with their own system. And also, the US has also a high level of anxiety about its own political security. There was always concern about how other states might be intervene in American election, right? Previously, it was a lot about Russia and then China, and some has been arguing that now with DeepSeek, if DeepSeek has been widely used in the US or has been invented to a certain capacity, then China will be able to use DeepSeek to influence American public opinion, to intervene in American election. So you are seeing this kind of mutual political insecurity about the other states might using their own advanced generative AI to influence their domestic opinions. So essentially what we are seeing now is this AI-enabled connective warfare, that the future warfare is not only about aircraft carrier, about nuclear weapon, but also about who has the ability to influence public opinions or influence people's mind. And the future warfare, according to the Chinese army, that will move from informationized war to intelligentized war, right? Who really have the ability to influence others' views. So to wrap up, what we're seeing now, here is a classic example, as we say in international relations, of a security dilemma, where you say that once AI advancement, even for civilian purposes, will be viewed suspiciously by the other, leading to potential military or strategic advantage, then the others will act with own action, leading to this spiral circle of US-China AI race. This is exactly how generative AI race started in late 2022. When you say American AI plan and innovation, China will be worried and had a lot of anxiety and self-reflection. Then China will make its own plan for AI and innovation, and the US will be very worried, have a lot of self-reflection, and lead to American AI plan innovation, and we're seeing this escalation of a global AI race. So probably wondering, okay, so why should we care? We are seeing this security dilemma. We're seeing that US and China are competing with each other in AI race. We're seeing that global AI race is heating up. So what? Why should we care? And I think we should care significantly because this is relevant to the very survival of human society. I think now, if we're only thinking about one aspect, put aside of other things, which are many, for the sake of time, AI has been heavily integrated into military. And in autonomous system, in intelligence, surveillance system, and decision support, cyber operation, logistics, maintenance, electronic warfare, in every aspect, AI has been heavily integrated into military across the world. And many has been arguing that essentially we are not seeing just another technology. We are seeing the third military revolution. So the first military revolution was launched by gunpowder. The second one launched by nuclear weapon. And many has been arguing that we are seeing the third military revolution that is launched by AI. And this might be fundamentally change the future warfare. And imagining now how the drones can be used in a battlefield to play enormous role, as we have been seeing between the war between Russia and Ukraine, right? That is very clear. So if you think about that direction of travel, then what really worries us is what are we going to do to regulate and ensure that the AI-enabled weapons are safely tested before employed, right? And so far, we don't really have much regulation there. And this is one thing that I have been working with some Track to Dialogue and some of the US-based organization. And this is a Track to Dialogue we have, which we have been advocating China, US, and the key stakeholders together to build a global AI governance, to find a way to regulate AI and setting up the agenda and find out where is the area that we needs to be regulated. So this AI dialogue bring together about retired generals, government officials, scholars, experts in the field between US and China and Russia and India, other places for this Track to Dialogue. And one thing that has been quite important nowadays, as we discussed, is the use of AI in nuclear weapons. And there is a long literature about how potentially AI might increase the risk of nuclear war. And it is already there, right? It's already heavily integrated. And there is also a debate on to what extent AI should be handling over the nuclear buttons. But if you are a small country or organizations, you do have powerful incentive potentially to hand over considerable amount of control to AI, because that is relevant to your strategic deterrence. That is about your deterrence capacity that will fundamentally change the way how your enemy might be viewing you. So as we all know, this can be very, very dangerous, right? Imagining that misidentification launched by AI or some tech issue by AI that potentially can increase the risk of nuclear war, which will be dangerous for everybody in the world. And for the sake of time, I won't be going into too much of it. But yes, we do need international agreements on human in the loop, and to what extent we should be allowing AI involvement in nuclear. And also, I have been testifying in the UK when I was still based there in the AI in Weapon Committee, and I have been saying the same thing, that we should proceed with caution of the use of AI in weapon system, which that we need to have a series of policy actions to ensure ethical and legal principles are embedded at all stages of design, development, and deployment when integrating AI into the army system, which is very crucial. And this is why we need global AI governance. We need to bring different parties together and to talk together and to find a way that we'll be able to regulate AI together to ensure that human society are not being destroyed by this global airways, which can be very dangerous. But also, when you talk about global airways, I think it's also crucial to say that now geopolitics has also found a way into global AI governance as well. And there is a lot of discussion about not only this AI innovation race, but also global AI governance race, as I mentioned. So one question to ask as a geopolitical scholar is that when we talk about global AI governance, then the question is governed by who, right? Or by which country? China, US, or Europe? Or governed for whose interests? American interests, Chinese interests, Turkish interests, European interests. And then in whose terms? In Chinese terms, American terms, or Turkish terms, or European terms, right? We are seeing essentially this geopolitics of technology standards, that you see this kind of play between safety, ethics, and national interests. And this is making international relations scholars like me who study AI become more and more important nowadays because of these political aspects of technological standards. And about 3 years ago, I wrote this paper with another colleague in China, and we try to understand about China's role in global airways, global AI governance. And what is remarkably interesting and also conclusion we get is that although China feel, or not only China feel, although the world expect China to play a very important role or to be very influential in global AI governance, but we conclude that China's actual influence in the global AI race is indeed quite limited for lots of reasons. So for those who are interested in it, you can take a look of this paper. So as someone who was based in the UK for 13 years, I feel that I'm obligated to end all my presentation in the spirit of Shakespeare. And I think, as we know, to be or not to be, that's a question, right? But in the age of AI, to regulate or to not regulate, that's a question. And for international politics scholar, and I think the question, and align with what I want to talk about today, is also to regulate together or to not to regulate. That is a question for all countries to think about, and how we are able to work together and to ensure that the global AI race is not moving to a stage that is race to the bottom that will destroy everybody here. So that's all for my presentation. And if you are interested in some of the reference and studies build up this presentation, you can find from here. And here is a bit of what I do in Hong Kong. So basically, we do China's Belt and Road Initiative. That's one key research agenda, and this aligns with Digital Silk Road research that I do on China, and also AI politics and governance. That's some part of it which I share today. And also, I'm currently editor-in-chief for this Cambridge Forum on Technology and Global Affairs, which will look into this intersection between technology and global affairs and global AI race. At the same time, the third agenda that I work on is the Confucius Institute. I was the director of Confucius Institute in the UK for about 7 years before I joined Hong Kong. And in Hong Kong, we recently built an Institute for Global Governance and Innovation. It's trying to support more of Hong Kong's role in engaging with international organizations and to build more on global governance and find an approach for a better future for everyone. Okay, so if you you can follow me on X or Blue Sky or LinkedIn, or if you want to get in touch with me, here's my email here. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhang. There are some applauses if you cannot hear, but I think you can hear me. All right, so we will have 15 minutes for the questions and answers. So just like in the first session, we will collect all the questions and we will let our two wonderful speakers to answer collectively. Dr. Zhang, you have time, right, for the questions and answers session?
Oh, yeah. Sure,
okay,
sure.
All right. So the questions. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Professor Giray Sadık from Ankara Yıldırım Beyazıt University. I ask two questions, Zhang, as he's here. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. It's really comprehensive, but you try to broaden up with track 2 initiatives and so on. But in general, I observe the trend that the AI race is like a ping-pong match between China and US. So, to my impression, it's going to get more like rugby or American football with less rules, maybe. What do you think about it, and how do you think, what's the place of other actors, I mean, other than US and China in this race? There was a saying in the US, maybe you have heard, Americans innovate, Chinese emulate, Europeans regulate. This in quotes, like an irony. What do you think about it, and what are the next lines on the horizon, if I may ask you to do some horizon scanning, including other actors as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question, please.
Teşekkür ederim. My name is, I'm Dr. Zeynep Elif Koç. So thank you for both of these wonderful presentations, and they both are so comprehensive and like good to know many things that we actually miss. I have a question for Michael Zhang. I'm just wondering one thing, Professor, if you like come across any direct or indirect reference or policy proposals regarding the controlled narrative in both sides, actually, in both in US or China, did you see a, I don't know, direct policy or proposition, or like we should control the narrative kind of? Because I'm asking because now I'm working on anti-Americanism in Turkey, and we use at some points LLMs to compare and contrast different AI's response to anti-Americanism, like to define them, etc. So we found out that, short, like there's a substantial difference between DeepSeek and ChatGPT in terms of defining anti-Americanism as well. So I'm just wondering if there's a substantial, let's say, policy regarding this, or this is just a, I don't know, like a natural outcome of it or byproduct of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And here we have another question from Güneş Bey.
Hello everyone. This is Niyazi Güneş Atay. I'm working in the consulting business for some specific companies in Turkey, and I'm trying to finish my dissertation in the Ankara Social Sciences University, and I'm working on the foreign policy scope. So my question will be within the framework of the foreign policy. So first to Veysel Hocam, I can see that techno-nationalism is a rising approach. Would it be used as a kind of foreign policy by the countries, especially by China, to refrain the supremacy for the global power struggle? So would they be maintaining the global supremacy or a power struggle in the cyberspace? Because I believe that you're aware of the TÜKÜDİDES trap, which is defined as rising power would be a threat for the current power which is dominating the international system. And now we are facing that. China and the United States are in a kind of rivalry in that. But on the physical stage, we see nothing. There is no they are all avoiding these kind of conflicts, but on the cyberspace, I believe that, this is my argument, there's a huge war going on. And it's not a Cold War, it's an actual war in the cyberspace. So would it be for China, the cyberspace would be a relevant area for supremacy in the global politics for China? And for Michael, I would like to ask about AI. Would AI be a foreign policy instrument for China to sustain the global supremacy in the world politics, regardless of its military use? Because its military use is something different, and it's like the Cold War time that Berkay Hocam talked about. So it was the military power and the nuclear power, technologies were there. But now we have technology and AI is on the stage. So I'm wondering if AI would be an instrument for China to achieve kind of global supremacy in the world politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe one more question, and perhaps two short questions so that we can have time for the answers.
Altuğ Yalçıntaş from Ankara University. Thank you very much for the presentations. I have a very short question for Professor Zhang. Are there any American companies, American AI companies, who are concerned about Chinese investment in AI sectors?
Well, okay, thank you. And one last question.
Thank you, good morning. Just one last quick question. What are the concerns about the energy that AI will be requiring? Is China ready to supply those data centers with electricity? Because we know that in the future there will be high demand, so is China ready for that? Thank you.
And also, would you please kindly...
my name is Yunus from TED University.
TED University. Yes. Thank you very much. Now it is time for the answers. Veysel Hocam, would you like to start? Okay.
I just have one question. I will keep it brief. Güneş Hocam, the usage of techno-nationalist tools by China in foreign policy. That's an important topic, and there are reports about that China supplies smart surveillance systems to many authoritarian countries. Is it a grand strategy, or it's just an outcome of, market forces? If you like to have surveillance systems for cheap, you just have one address probably, which is China. So whether it is intentional or not, it's a question, but it's for sure that China's increasing technological capabilities increase its relational power. Relational power refers to a kind of situation state A have now forces to convince state B to do something that state B otherwise would not do. So that's out of question. China's relational power has been increasing significantly. What about structural power? I mean, the rules of the game. Who decides the rules of the game? Who shapes the rules of the game? China have structural power in that sense? That's a question. It seeks to generate a structural power, but still, compared to US or general Western structural power, China's structural power is still nascent. But yeah, the world is changing, and China can accumulate new sources of structural power in near future, I would say. Thanks, yeah.
Thank you very much. Now it is time for the Dr. Zhang's answers. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I have, yeah, so I got several questions, and in case that I didn't answer them all or fully understand them, you can actually, you go to my email or LinkedIn or other ways, you can get in touch with me, but I will try my best. Right, so the first question about rugby, I think what are the other actors in the global AI rugby, right? I think that is very much a good question to ask. When we say it's a global AI race, but many in the US and China actually think it's not that global. It is US-China race, and that is a view held by many in China and many in the US. And if you think about what are the factors that deciding who is winning the race, it's basically three things, right? One is data. You got that data to train the algorithm. Second is global talent. You got people who actually are AI talents who are able to understand and develop those AI stuff. And third is computing power. We have been seeing that a lot of American companies now has been investing trillions of dollars into those computing powers and has been, create a very high stock price for American companies. And there is a big debate in the financial sector whether we are seeing now a big bubble or not in America, tech giants. But that's a separate question. But if you really think about that, right? Data, talents, computing power. Who really have the big market that is big enough and to contain those items? Clearly, that would be China and the US. Many would be saying that US is leading on global talents and computing power. China is leading on data side. And there are lots of reasons why they are leading in the game. And I think we are where we are. So the question to ask next is, what about other actors? And also I think the question was also the American innovate, China imitate, the EU regulate. I think that was the case in the past decades, but now China is catching up quite significantly. If you are saying, I think one of the reasons why China now rejected NVIDIA chips is because Chinese one is catching up. They are not simply imitate. They are also developing their own ways. And if you look at DeepSeek as well, it's not only simply emulate ChatGPT. It finds its own way that with the same computing power, it can make it more efficient. So that's kind of innovation as well. So I think this narrative probably was the case in the past, but will change now. So where are the other countries in the picture? I think it's a big question because it depends on a lot of area. But if we look at generative AI, which I look into, and the question to ask is, in the age of generative AI, what language, for example, will become dominant? The question is very simple, English, right? You write the code and or write prompt, everything in English, and it's building on English system. And then if you think about, okay, DeepSeek and largely develop and build on Chinese language. But what about other language? And I think clearly this is a big question to ask. And other language will be worse off because you don't really have that kind of large language model to deliver the same kind of service you are seeing. So in the future, for example, if you use English to ask AI to give you something back and ask your small language to do the same thing, the quality of feedback, the quality of service you got from AI will be much better in English, right? So what this might mean in the longer term. And I think that's something to think about. And also, I think there's also a big question about economic, social inequality as well. So I just don't want to expand because that's quite a big topic. The second question is about control narratives. I think in China, what is interesting in the US and China, probably or China and the West, is Chinese government actively guided public opinion on AI. If you go to the China's new generation AI strategy, it made it very clear that China want to ensure the Chinese public opinion about AI is positive. And this is very different from many of that in the West, which especially in Europe, they are very skeptical of AI and they are worrying about AI. They want to regulate AI. This is different. But now with AI being used more and more, I think, yes, the narrative slightly changed. Is China's ChatGPT deliberately building on an anti-American narrative? I don't think so, but I think it's very much depends on the kind of large language model it's being trained and where the data come from. And also they need to comply with the Chinese regulation, with socialist core values. That is where we see the different kind of narrative. I don't think it's that much of a deliberate state design, but a consequence of the AI ecosystem where DeepSeek was building on. And the third question about will AI be used as a foreign policy instrument? I mean, for sure. I mean, everything can be political. You ask me as a geopolitical scholar, so I will give you that answer. And if you think about, for example, Digital Silk Road, which is a digital side of China's Belt and Road Initiative, and that's clearly with the development of Digital Silk Road, development of Chinese AI, and more will be using it, and China will get more and more technological influence, AI influence in those places. But one thing I do want to caution against is it is not a deliberate Chinese top-down level strategy. It is more of kind of general, gradual influence China got when Chinese tech power developed. So in the longer run, it might be used for foreign policy purposes, but it's not something that is deliberately designed with a top-down kind of view. And the fourth question, are any American AI company worrying about Chinese investment in AI sector? This is a general question, and I can tell you every single day, right? That's why NVIDIA CEO was commenting that China will win the AI race, right? OpenAI was shocked when DeepSeek come out, and Microsoft and Tesla, I mean, all of them, they are worrying about the Chinese competition. And Chinese competition are everywhere, and you see a lot of Chinese AI talents were also in China as well, in the US as well. So American AI companies are very much worried, I think. They are worrying about losing this AI race to China and in many aspects. The last question about energy center, is China ready? Well, I think that's that's a very important question, and that is a question to be asked for the future. So what's the direction of travel for this? I think we all know that AI will consume considerable amount of computing power, and that comes from energy, and then the country who is ready for that is ready for that. And that's a big debate now in the US, whether American stock market has already seen the AI bubble. Because the argument goes with that, now what we are doing now is to build up the high-speed railway, and then the traffic will come. So what they are doing for this computing power is like that, right? But then the big question of those who argue there is a big bubble is that you are using so much energy to building up so much computing power. What if you don't have enough car in the railway? So you build a lot of high-speed railway, but there's no car coming. What are you going to do about it? So I think that is still a big if there. And in the China side, I don't think that Chinese company has been throwing that much money for computing power as the US has been doing. The Chinese approach at this stage of time we're talking is more focusing on efficiency and not building up its computing power. And this is a very different approach from the US. And if the Chinese approach is right, then we don't need energy so urgently at this stage. Maybe in the longer run, when we have more need for AI, for more computing power, we might need more energy. But at this stage, we might not need that much. And I think that very much reflects the Chinese thinking, which is different from the US one. But who knows which bet might be really ring? I mean, maybe the American one, maybe the Chinese one, and we will leave that question to the future and to the stock price. Thank you.
Okay, that was such a fruitful, multidimensional session to discuss about the politics of the artificial intelligence. Please join me applauding our wonderful speakers. Now we have the lunchtime, and unfortunately, Dr. Zhang, we cannot treat you, but your next time in Ankara, we owe you a meal, right? Now we have exactly 1 hour for our lunch break, so there are some food for every participant here. So at 14:30, We will be here again for the session 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome to our third session, where we will be focusing on Turkey in the global digital competition. This session will have 2 speakers. Derya Göçer from the Middle East Technical University will be talking about Turkey's digital infrastructure, growth coalitions, and in particular the role of Huawei. And after Dr. Göçer, we will have Mr. Greg Hansen from the US Embassy in Turkey. He's a science and tech officer at the embassy. So the floor is yours.
So this is on, I think, yes. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to present on infrastructure and digital infrastructure. This is a work that I co-authored with Ceren Ergenç, who will also be presenting in the next session online. And this is going to be published, I think, Veysel would know, you would know more when it, next year? Yes, next year in an edited, in a special issue on Turkey and China relations and also political economy. So we are interested in this. For us, it's a part of broader research agenda on how to study infrastructure as well as Turkey-China relations. So it's at the intersection of both. And regarding digital infrastructure in Turkey, there is this global context that is very actually securitized. That is not the case in all types of infrastructure. For example, we did study maritime infrastructure in Turkey and Chinese investments there. That is not so much securitized. Although, for example, maritime investments of China in Germany is securitized, right? So there is sector-to-sector difference, variation regarding how much Turkey-China relations are securitized. And digital infrastructure is the one that seems to be the most sort of hot topic in terms of securitization. And there, one company is coming to the fore, that is Huawei, one particular company, that is increasingly dominating Turkish digital infrastructure purchases, operations, not just in telecommunications, but also in renewable energy and all other types of digital infrastructure, although particularly I will talk about telecommunication infrastructure today. And of course, the most grand topic could be US-China trade wars, but it's not just about US-China, but it's also about EU-Turkey relations, because the previous infrastructure business that was relating to Turkish infrastructure was originating from EU. So here, the competitor is not so much US, but more so European companies. The US dimension is the most visible in NATO and security. There was visible headlines in the press about whether Turkey, and not just Turkey, but other EU member states and their involvement with Huawei, whether that is a potential breach of NATO ally security. And there are 3 types of threats, perceived threats. And I say perceived because I don't have hard data as to how real it is. But discursively, it is very real. And that is one is that this Huawei equipment that is increasingly part of larger European area telecommunication infrastructure could be used as an inroad for Chinese espionage. So that's why digital infrastructure is actually critical infrastructure. Second, that the pace and the depth of this expansion, it is not so much that it is part of potential suppliers, but it is the most dominant supplier. So it is that aspect of domination, monopolization that is seen as a threat. And thirdly, it's not just the equipment, the innovations over the equipment, but it is also the standardization of that equipment and of its operations. That's where Chinese stakeholders are aggressively entering the field of regulation and standardization. I could only catch the last part of the previous session, but there the presenter said, so US innovates, China produces, and EU regulates and standardizes. So in telecommunication infrastructure, we see a change of that, right? And a very conscious, intentional push from China to dominate standardization processes. That is also what we see in maritime infrastructure, just as a side note. So what did we do as researchers? We wanted to study how Huawei came to rise to this 80% or so domination in Turkish infrastructure. It's a remarkable domination. And given previous to Huawei's entrance, there was European companies and there was Turkish-originated local companies who were in well-coordinated sort of manufacturing processes with the European companies. So how did this picture change? And we were interested, we did conduct a desk review, but we also are always interested in fieldwork. So we did field research in Turkey. That was the spring and summer of 2024, which just shows you how long it takes to publish in academia. Thinking that this will be out next early spring in 2026. By the time we publish, probably Huawei's domination numbers will have changed, and now we have the 5G bit tender that has been completed just this very season. Yes, either we need to get faster or the journals do. Our field research included all possible stakeholders from the Turkish side, including public stakeholders working in ministries, in bureaucratic institutions, but also business stakeholders, Turkish business ecosystem that tries to innovate and produces, as well as does business with Huawei. So all sorts of experts from there, and engineering experts who knew the history of Turkish telecommunications that we did not know, of course, as social scientists. So then they could especially comment on a very critical issue that seems to be part of negotiations between China and any other country, and that is know-how transfer and technology transfer. So, Turkish case, Huawei's presence in Turkey and Turkey-China cooperation in telecommunication infrastructure is generally seen in the literature, well, up until the time that we read it, because as I said, it's been a year, it is depicted as a success story. It's a success story of Turkey getting the growth that it needed in its digital infrastructure through this cooperation, while also getting a rare case of know-how and technology transfer. If you look to mainstream Turkey-China literature, that is what you would find. And that we wanted to scrutinize. Is it really the case? And we used a conceptual framework where we learned a lot from growth model theory and policy coalitions theory. And we came up with this idea of growth coalitions that is increasingly used in the literature as well, that it's a particular coalition that is behind Huawei's dominance in Turkey. That coalition is, of course, Turkey originating. And there is another coalition, as I will talk about the tale of two coalitions. There is another coalition that is more for a local, national manufacturing push. These coalitions, growth coalitions, can be formed by bureaucratic and political elites, as well as business leaders, local business elites, and they have international linkages with growth coalitions in other countries, and they have sectoral representatives such as trade chambers and unions. And sometimes activists and civil society, members of civil society also join one coalition or the other, if for nothing else, but for discourse building and legitimacy building. So we will see how these two coalitions work in the case of rise and dominance of Huawei. So Huawei globally expanded in this century, 21st century, and more so after 2010s with the digital Silk Road starting as part of the Belt and Road Initiative, targeting specifically then first the global south, although this is not the case now. It is also has a lot of European presence. And Huawei used its presence in the global south countries then as a stepping stone for more developed markets. A country we tried to sort of make slight comparisons to is Hungary, for example. The discourse surrounding this expansion is south-to-south cooperation, so you need to expand your telecommunication infrastructure, update your telecommunication infrastructure, 3G, 4G, 5G, and the Chinese Huawei is then there to offer both competitive pricing and also technology transfer through joint ventures, R&D centers, a critical dimension of presence in Turkey, and training programs, training of young professionals. But what differentiates those countries who actually did achieve these objectives in their relationship with Huawei, who did actually get functioning R&D centers, really updating their technology as well as their training programs, and those who just ended up purchasing the equipment and creating a lot of dependency on Huawei while not being able to get that know-how transfer. So looking at slight comparisons, we see that places such as Malaysia, places such as even Hungary, if they have an industrial upgrading plan, and so digital infrastructure is part of that plan. Why am I upgrading my digital infrastructure? Because I have a larger industrial upgrading plan that is a strategy that is coordinated by the state, both by the local businesses as well as transnational businesses, that is not just Chinese. And so Huawei's expansion then is part of that plan that is locally produced. Then that state has more of a negotiating power with Huawei. Here you see how it performs differently. So Turkey is blue, and this is the state of art regarding high technology exports. So it's one of the indicators, right? Whether there was an industrial upgrading in that country. And Turkey remains flat across these years in which Huawei kept rising. Hungary starts in a better place, but does not really add on to that. But you see Malaysia, it is really in its dealings, in its upgrading of its digital infrastructure, you see an impact on high technology export that has been rising. So Turkey performs, I think, significantly worse in terms of developing and manufacturing ICT goods compared to Hungary and Malaysia, and it only performs better than Egypt, another sort of a country that is in the literature frequently compared to Turkey in terms of its size. So when we come to particularly to Turkey, we see that it starts in 1998, very, very early, with the first GSM licensing bid. So the main modus operandi of the state being able to execute any kind of digital infrastructure plan is through these bids, these tenders, right, for GSM licensing. And it becomes an official Turkish subsidiary in 2002. It began to hire Turkish engineers in 2006, and then see its employment numbers increase, 850 people employed in Turkey, 1,300 people employed in Turkey, and then there is an R&D center established in Istanbul. All that related, and that's the numbers that the experts give us, telecommunication experts give us, is now 80% of Huawei dominance. Now that is probably going to increase with the 5G tender, but we will see that next year, what's happening, what the actual outcome of that tender will be. So we wanted to look at particular case studies within digital infrastructure because it's actually a wide sector. To really delve into the impact of Huawei and how it came to rise. So the state has this, the state and well, since 2017, 2018, there is like a dual bureaucracy in Turkey, the presidential and the ministerial. It is in the ministerial bureaucracy that the expertise of these infrastructure building, licensing, regulating is happening. And it's through this bit that is trying to regulate. In 2015, the ministry at the time, the Ministry of Industry and Technology, created this certificate, domestic goods certificate. It saw the rise of Huawei. Just through pricing, Huawei was outpricing both the European competitors and any Turkish competition that there can be. So it created this certificate, domestic goods certificate. Under the local and national rhetoric, under certain growth coalition, the state mandated that all telecommunication operators will have to purchase 40% of their products from companies that hold that certificate. That was supposed to slow down and really regulate the Huawei's presence. And in Turkey now, I will come to how that did not really work out at the end, because if an international investor, as you can see, certifies 51% of its inputs as domestic, it can easily obtain a domestic goods certificate. Now, that does not mean that the patent, that the technology, the design, the know-how is local or 51% local. It does not mean that it is produced in Turkey 51%. It just means that there has to be input into that product that is 51% local, and that might be just assembly fees, that might be just even transit costs. So that did not stop Huawei's presence. But that was a big part of government's larger industry agenda. We are local, we are national, we should push for local, we should push for national. So in late 2020, early 2020s, the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, they decided to create a new certificate, which is National Telecommunications Product. So this is where you can see the real evidence for having two different coalitions. So for one coalition, having this domestic goods certificate is enough to create enough value for Turkey while allowing Huawei to expand. While for the other coalition, you need to push more for local expertise and local production, including technology transfer. So your engineers must be Turkish, your patents must be Turkish, right? So the national telecommunications product is designed just for infrastructure, digital infrastructure. So not agreeing with the Ministry of Industry's certificate, another ministry designs this more tighter criteria. So what happens when, let's say, operators don't follow this criteria? When operators, don't reach this threshold of purchasing 40% of local products or 51% of local products or any other criteria? Not much fining is happening. So the ministry then is fining these operators, but it is not regularly fined. So there is another concept that we use, which is political informality. So these criteria for having a domestic goods certificate in digital infrastructure is only applied what looks like randomly to business elite, or in our interviews with them, they also said that what looks like when the treasury needs cash. So it doesn't look like as if it's standardization or regularization of a certain industry. It looks like when they need cash, they find this because they know they will never reach this criteria, even with this loose criteria before 2025. So then this becomes what we say political informality, not because of incapacity, not because the state does not have the capacity to regularly supervise and survey, but because the state chooses not to regularly supervise and survey digital infrastructure. So this is political informality on purpose. It's intentional. It's a tool of governance. Another case study that we have is universal service. Universal service, and I read here from the official gazette, is electronic communication services which shall be accessible to everyone within the borders of the Republic of Turkey, regardless of their geographical location, and shall be provided in predetermined quality and minimum standards for a reasonable price. Evrensel hizmet. So this is what we do for locales that have up to 500 residents. this is an excellent place to test local infrastructural products, because you don't need to have very high quality here. You can test your own local products, and there is a sort of local industry startups, both public, through public ventures as well as private ventures, that are trying to get into this industry, that had some foothold before Huawei is coming, and that are trying to regain that foothold. So they press the relevant ministries to have the tender for universal service to have a higher threshold for local products. They say, this is excellent, let us test our products so we can innovate. But they fail. Still, Huawei gets even this, what looks like a very minimal tender that should be of not much importance to Huawei. Now, this says two things. One, it shows the aggressiveness of Huawei's expansion, that it does not want any Turkish local startup to test its products. It is not because there's a lot of profit to be made from this tender, but because of this practice of suffocating really local industry. And from our, again, interviews with business stakeholders as well as engineering experts, we've been hearing how much they buy Turkish startups the moment they show promise. But it says something else. It says that also for this growth coalition that says, let's be dependent on imports as long as we just expand our digital infrastructure. What is important is our growth, not the manner in which we grow, not the dependencies we create while we grow. So for that coalition, this universal service and the opportunity that it gives for local industries is not really worth the fight with Huawei. Let me put it that way. So that was lost. Now, I mentioned the state, but the state, of course, has many actors within it. But for any industrial upgrading today in 21st century, and that's what seems to be, I think, perhaps my colleagues can also add to that in the discussion, that for industrial upgrading today, you need state coordination. And by coordination is the lightest word I can use. This is from my colleagues, Akçoğak Emiroğlu from Science and Technology Studies at METÜ, from one of their papers. Both the entrepreneurial state, which is ideal typed as United States, and the regenerative state, which is ideal typed as China, both of these states actually have a high degree of coordination. They show coordination in industrialization. First of all, coordination between the state actors, between different state institutions that regulate all these different parts of digital infrastructure. Because digital infrastructure is, yes, Ministry of Transport, but also Ministry of Industry. It has a lot to do with actually defense sector, both in terms of security as well as technology. So who will coordinate that if not the state? But in Turkey, we find a real lack of coordination, and this is something that was expressed by many of our informants, both public and private. So the main three public institutions, Ministry of Transport, the BTK, which is a sub-institution of Ministry of Transport, but sometimes is in disagreement with its parental ministry, and Ministry of Industry, they disagree on how to grow in terms of digital infrastructure in Turkey. And then there are other, such as the Chamber of Commerce, there is TÜBİTAK, the Science Institution, and Haberleşme Teknoloji Kümeleri, telecommunication technology cluster, which is part of the industrial cluster in OSTEM today. They join in regulation, promotion, and innovation. But they also don't coordinate with each other. So we have 6 big institutions, either state institutions or state adjacent institutions that are supposed to be coordinating, and they don't. Agendas do not line up. They don't have priority list of how to upgrade Turkish digital infrastructure. And there is at times real conflict of what that upgrading will look like. So what did that result in? So how do we have growth in Turkish digital infrastructure? So in 24, Turkey was 108th in terms of global performance of fixed broadband services. So Huawei dominated 80% of this sector, but that does not mean we have real growth. We have like a one-dimensional growth, but the quality lacks, and that is again something that everybody almost agrees, public and private. We need further infrastructural investments in the form of, I didn't know this before starting this research, internet exchange point, for example. And we need we need to yet catch up first to 4G actually, because most of Turkey is more 3G than 4G, but yet we had a 5G tender. So the end result of this import-led growth is not quality, but it is perhaps, a dissemination, wide dissemination without really in-depth quality. So, in the absence of a robust growth coalition with this macroeconomic, macro-industrial strategy, we have several elite coalitions that maintain, and as we see also in the field, of which I cannot talk a lot here today, but there will be more in the paper, semi-clientelistic relationship with Huawei, how Huawei deals business in Turkish bureaucracy and Turkish business sector, which is different than other Chinese state-owned enterprises. So Huawei has its own presence. It is really not in style, in tone, in aggressiveness. It is not similar to other Chinese SOEs. The cost advantage, that is still the case. Even in this 5G tender, there was some European interest, but the cost advantage is huge, and that is, of course, more related to Chinese domestic economy indicators. And there is this policy change in the Turkish state. Perhaps that's a longer durée issue, not like 10 years, but 20 years, 25 years. And that is growth based on local technology versus growth on complete privatization, whether that private sector is local or foreign. So a disregard of the origin of that privatization. Altogether now, and I'm ending here, there are two coalitions. One is the local industrials coalition that is composed of, who are they? They are engineers who had previous experience working with Ericsson, with Nokia. They are defense bureaucracy who are very passionate about innovating and producing telecommunication infrastructure. Some of them have left defense bureaucracy, established their own companies. There are business stakeholders who have a vested interest in selling to the operators and the state, hardware and software. Civil society elements, activists who are really working hard to have in Turkey a more quality broadband service, for example. Web platforms, journalists, some NGOs who survey Turkish infrastructure quality. And they are all of this against the total dependence on Huawei products versus the other coalition, which is let's have just coverage, no matter how it comes. And just coverage coalition is ministers, vice ministers, import-led industries, assembly industries. And they approach growth in the more literal sense of the word. Let's just grow. Coverage grows. And in this vision, the origin is not critical and there is no risk, no security risk. When I ask some of the members of this coalition, but don't you see risk, the risk that United States saw or some EU member states saw, and they say, there is risk in Apple products, there is risks in Nokia products, there is risk everywhere for Turkey. So I will prioritize the risk that is more beneficial to me. So that was their answer. So that's really the ethos of this coalition. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Derya Hocam. So after talking the Huawei dimension in Turkey, let's move to the United States, and the floor is yours, Mr. Hansen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon. My name is Greg Hansen. I am the Science and Technology Officer at the U.S. Embassy here in Ankara. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to TED University. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here. A little intimidated after that presentation, but I'm very happy to be talking about risks and opportunities for Turkey. I think a university like this is the perfect place to have such a conversation because I think it is something that all of us, whether we are practitioners, educators, or students, are going to be dealing with for a very long time. So thank you again for having me. So just to set the stage a little bit, the US obviously has a very distinct approach to AI. We recently published our AI strategy document. It is a 3-pillar document. The first pillar is focusing on accelerating AI innovation. That comes through many facets, both from deregulating to funding R&D to ensuring that educational priorities are focused towards future opportunities. The third pillar is building AI infrastructure. As my colleague mentioned, infrastructure is a core of a lot of the both risks and opportunities that we see here. When we talk about AI infrastructure, we're talking about everything from the actual data centers, to fiber, to supply chains, to the actual bits and bytes of the data that goes into training models. So that is very multifaceted, but incredibly important. The third pillar for our AI strategy is leading international AI export and development. And so, of course, the United States has famous and very successful tech companies, but a lot of that is, with the government perspective, is working with these tech companies to make sure that they are reaching the audiences that need their products, that can incorporate them completely into their AI infrastructure. And luckily, that's a piece that I get to work on here in my role in Turkey, is helping private sector in the United States understand the unique needs, challenges, opportunities abroad, and especially here in Turkey. So from the United States perspective, Turkey is a priority partner for AI growth. And so I think working together can be definitely an area that we can make sure that we focus on the opportunities and not the risks. Backing away from the United States a little bit, looking at Turkey, I think it's always interesting when we talk about risks and opportunities. We talked about this at lunch a little bit. If we all had a magic 8-ball, I think these conversations would be a lot shorter and they wouldn't be as interesting, and we'd publish a lot fewer papers on them. But that's never the case. And I think a lot of the things that we may talk about today in the next year, 5 years, 10 years, I think will be proven wrong. I think our predictions will probably be incomplete. I think there's things about AI that are going to surprise us. I think there are going to be things that in hindsight are going to be obvious, but as we try to plan ahead, are harder to see. And so I think where Turkey is positioned from a risk perspective is just trying to put guardrails up to guard against those risks. I think that comes into kind of the sole source aspect that you had mentioned and highlighted so succinctly. I think there's societal risks in terms of trying to get professions and institutions to adapt. Change is a very human emotion, and I think AI brings a lot of that to the forefront. I think also Turkey has some unique risks based on its geography. I think it's going to be pushed and pulled from its kind of position at the junction of two continents, that there's going to be risks about, is Turkey going to choose one side or the other? And I think at the end of the day, we see that that is not necessarily a choice. It's going to be an opportunity. We talked about the example of, could you imagine a world where maybe an Apple computer that was designed not to talk to a Microsoft computer? That would be a very interesting present that we all be living in. And I think that's what the kind of the choice that we're looking at with AI is. It's not necessarily about choosing sides, it's about choosing openness and transparency and making sure that we set ourselves up for opportunities by making sure that things are just compatible and open. And so I think while Turkey's geography is going to present a unique risk and challenges, I think of course the geography also presents a lot of opportunities for Turkey. I think the global supply chains that run through Turkey are going to bring a lot of excitement and investment to Turkey when it comes to the digital space. I think as we look at continued worldwide connectivity, Turkey's geography speaks for itself. I also think, what better place to talk about it, but Turkey's education and the Turkish workforce, I think, are well suited to take the budding technology ecosystem that we see and turn it into an ecosystem that, again, we just guard against the risks and we try to set ourselves up to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented for ourselves. And so I hope that Turkey and the United States can take advantage of Turkey being a priority partner for AI export from the United States, and that we can find as many ways as possible to cooperate. At the end of the day, I think it's just about helping Turkey identify exactly what right could look like for Turkey. I think it's going to be different for every country. But I think at the end of the day, the US is ready to provide, whether that is infrastructure, core hardware, software, technical assistance, whatever it may be, to help Turkey push a lot of those risks to the opportunity side of the balance sheet. And so I'm excited to hear some of the questions that you guys have. This is a very fascinating space to be working in. And so I'll end there and just look forward to hearing what everyone has to say.
Okay, thank you very much. So, yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you for organizers and speakers. I'll ask to Greg first, direct the relevant question. You mentioned Turkey is among the top partners for AI-related exports for the US. What do you think perhaps a forward-looking exploration to that could be done better for US to better engage with Turkey in AI? To give an example, after the Trump administration diversion of production and investment from China, some were reportedly diverted to India, for example. Can Turkey be one of the options, or what can be the way ahead? Because as with Derya, we see the technology transfer remains at the top of the agenda. And US is not just any country, but also a NATO ally, so that what could be the spillover effects of that AI cooperation to civil-military cooperation and defense-related issues? So that's my number one question. And number two question to Derya. Thank you. As academic, I was also excited with your findings. So it will be more academic / lessons learned question to you. Evidently, based on your findings, Malaysia is performing better in terms of technology production and transfer, even though they have similar Chinese cooperation. What do you think they are doing better than Turkey? What are your observations? Thank you.
Do we have other questions? Yes, please.
Altuğ Yalçıtaş, Ankara University. I would like to thank both speakers for their presentations. I have a very short question for Derya Göçer. Do you by any chance have information regarding the ownership of data exchanged online, where Huawei dominates the infrastructure market? Because you claimed that 90% of the infrastructure is dominated by Huawei. If Huawei also has got a privilege of storing and processing the data, this is really a big risk, I believe.
Thank you very much. I'm a political science student of TED University, and my questions will be regarding Turkey. Now I'm going to be a Turkish citizen, and I have two questions actually. The first one is about Turkey digital sovereignty, if I can say. As the global AI ecosystem becomes increasingly polarized between US-led and China's-led technological spheres, what are the practical strategies can Turkey pursue to maintain its digital sovereignty while still benefiting from both ecosystem, as Greg said, still being partners, but also engaging in this dependency, digital independency. My second question is about Turkey for, let's say, strategic upgrading and beyond telecom infrastructure, in which specific AI-related sectors do you believe that Turkey has the highest potential to the strategically upgrade, which means moving from technological consumer to technological producer, and what are the policy tools that are most essentially to make that transition possible? Thank you very much.
It's a very quick question on artificial intelligence. because it was mentioned that one of the three pillars is leading the export of artificial intelligence. And right now Turkey is almost approving artificial intelligence law, which is resembling mostly the EU AI Act, which is risk-based, and as far as I know in the US it's more sectoral based, not a federal one. So this type of regulation, like the EU one, maybe a bit over-regulating, because I don't think when they wrote the EU AI Act they were thinking to ChatGPT or things like that. But is it a limit to US export or leader position in AI export or not?
Good afternoon. I have let's say, controversial question here, but I want to pick your attention on it. When the US has recently had an embargo on chips, 5-nanometer chips and GPUs on China, it seemed like a move toward China from advancing their AI capability. And now we see that China has developed their own GPU through Huawei, that they are trying to compete with NVIDIA. That reminds me of this American way of when you use the sledgehammer policy on blocking somebody from getting some technology, that prompts that country to develop their own indigenous technology. Is that a correct move to do it? And is it fair to have prevented China from obtaining these GPUs, knowing that it is Chinese researchers who have contributed to the GPU development in NVIDIA itself? So, thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. Let's answer these ones, and if we have time, we can collect more questions. Shall we go on the reverse order? Maybe, Mr. As.
A lot of questions. Okay, so that was definitely, I'll start with the NATO tech transfer kind of question. We'll just go in order. So I think you bring up an interesting point. I mean, you brought up India. I think it's hard to compare. These are different times, and I don't think the corollary is ever going to be completely perfect. I think where the opportunity presents itself for Turkey, I mean, it is such an important NATO partner. We have long history of cooperation between our two countries. I think Turkey should focus on not trying to be another India or another China or anything else. I think Turkey should look at itself and all the opportunities that are already present in Turkey and find the value proposition that works for Turkey. And I wish I had a clean answer for you, but I think at the end of the day, as long as we're having conversations like this, and I know they're happening at NATO, I know they're happening in Washington, D.C., they'll continue to happen here in Ankara, and I think that value proposition will be apparent for Turkey as long as we look at the risks responsibly, we don't over-regulate, we focus on the innovation aspects of it. I don't think we're ever going to be, we won't be able to go back in time and create another India here in Turkey, but I think what we can do is just focus on the incredible cooperation that we've had in the past, and we just work at slowly finding that value proposition for Turkey. It doesn't take looking more than just looking at the map to understand what some of that value proposition is. And I think as long as the United States, both, and Turkey just continue to focus on the innovation piece of it and staying open and transparent and forward compatible, I think the opportunity will present itself for Turkey to find its niche, both in the region, in NATO, in the broader global sphere, that I'm optimistic will be very beneficial for both Turkey and the United States. I hope that answers your question. The second question was on the, the digital sovereignty. There's definitely been some different models. I mean, I think the United States has, one model that is a little bit focused on just light touch regulation. We also see kind of the European, a little bit more regulation heavy. We also see kind of more the state sovereignty focused approaches. I don't think, I think the big thing, like I'm going to sound like an echo chamber here, but I think it's dangerous. Regulation implies that we have a perfect idea of what is going to be the outcome of that regulation. I don't think we have that. I don't think we ever will. And so I think when we're faced with a technology like AI, and we're past the buzzword phase when it comes to AI. You know, we used to talk, it's technology, it's a tool. At this point, it's beyond all those buzzwords, and it's something that is going to be a changing face for the economy, for geopolitics, for everything. And so I think we just have to focus on being careful, of course, regulating where appropriate, but not seeking extremes on the digital sovereignty or the regulation. And we just have to, I think, just be responsible governments. We have to be responsible users, and we just have to stay open to continue to reevaluate and find out exactly where that comes in. I mean, I think some of the work that Turkey is doing with the OECD is a great example of that, staying engaged, staying transparent. It's just going to be too hard to I think, guess where we fall on that pendulum. But definitely in favor of just staying open and transparent in the face of something like this. So I hope that helps. Looking for the tech upgrade question, man, that is kind of the $1 million question, especially from someone who works in a broader economic section. I think I wish I had the lottery ticket that would tell me exactly what the next AI sector that'd be perfect for Turkey is. I think Turkey has some great things going for it. I think a lot of the centralized health system, I think a lot of the centralized support to agriculture is very unique to Turkey. We don't have that in the States. We have 50 states that each can kind of make their own priorities for these type of things. One thing that we are trying to do is just push AI down to all sectors, both in government and in private sector, and just making sure that it's a tool that is available and not just a scary buzzword that's going to take jobs. And so I think as long as Turkey does a similar thing, it's going to be easy for a sector to adapt. As long as they're open to change, there's always, like I said, there's always some emotional response to change. But at the end of the day, I think Turkish healthcare comes to mind, Turkish advanced manufacturing, anything that really takes advantage of the strong, skilled educational workforce here in Turkey and the geography, I think are going to be surefire wins. But again, I'm not a betting man. I've spent too long in this job to try to do that. But I think there's great opportunities in Turkey. Talking about the AI export limitations question, I think there's definitely been some administration, policy changes, but I think we are past the point when we talk about, what can and can't we and should and shouldn't we regulate. I think we've come to understand that AI is not something that, again, we can be predictive on. We are going to fail if we try to predict too finely. And so I think where we are right now, focusing on the AI export, is definitely something that is the sweet spot. We are letting, kind of the market decide for itself. That comes with a market without cybersecurity checks and balances in place. A market without the infrastructure is not the market that I think is going to be receptive to advanced AI exports. So as long as, the scene has been set to receive those exports, I think the U.S. tech sector will be more than happy to be the partner of choice for whatever that looks like going forward. For the last question, thank you for saving the hard one for the last. Policy on blocking chips, it's hard to say. It's definitely causation versus correlation is going to be tough to, especially when things that are so many factors go into these advanced chips that I would be ignorant to even try to start speaking on them. But I think from the policy perspective, again, I think part of the openness and the transparency that the United States wants for the AI marketplace is one where also norms are well understood and followed, and my colleague, kind of pointed out some of the interesting, governmental and private industry practices when it comes to 5G and 4G, and I think policies like that are just getting in the way of the larger growth, and so I think policy measures at the end of the day just need to support the innovation that that is going to be so important for AI, and so I really just don't think we can, our long-term policies are not going to be prohibitive in nature. They're going to be, again, focusing on being open, being transparent, being supportive of these international norms. And so as long as all other players are willing to follow those same norms, we're more than happy to, participate in that marketplace with them. So I hope that answers your very, very complex question.
Thank you. On why Malaysia succeeded more in know-how and technology transfer. I don't have Malaysia-specific answer, but I have Turkey-specific findings, which are, it was one of our case studies, but I didn't put it in the presentation just to make it shorter. I thought there might be a question so that I can put it in an answer, as all academics do. So let's look at the R&D center. That was part of the criteria for procurement. So the operating companies, the operators, need to buy their infrastructural equipments from if they buy it from a foreign company, that foreign company has to have a very large R&D center that only employs Turkish engineers so that they get transferred. That is all regulated in the licensing bids. So when these Turkcell, Vodafone, when they enter these bids, they agree to that. So such an R&D center is indeed established, and there are indeed 450 Turkish engineers that work there. But is that know-how transfer? No. From our field work, we gathered that these engineers are put to work in old, ancient Huawei equipment so that they don't see the most cutting-edge technology. So basically, is there a center? Yes. Legal presence? Yes. Are they giving salaries? Yes. Engineers employed? Yes. But those engineers don't learn anything. Even then, when those engineers, because they are innovative, probably by professional filtering, they entered into this job. So they leave this R&D center, and they do indeed build startups. But then Huawei tracks those startups and buys them if it can. It at least strives to buy them if it can, so that in that even old-fashioned R&D center, no new innovation grows up. So that shows what the state can do better, and that is honor its own commitments and honor its own criteria, which is if there is an R&D center, it must be doing R&D and not, nostalgic work on old equipment. So if a state does have an industrial upgrading plan, a more macro strategy, then the state probably will have a higher chance of honoring its own commitments regarding that plan. When things are put what looks like randomly, but they are not, when you put local and national production criteria into import-led growth coalitions, this is the kind of outcomes you have, very eclectic, but not very productive. On ownership of data, unfortunately, I don't have anything on it. When we started, but I can tell you this, which I always teach in research methods. I say even the absence of a finding is a finding. In all our interviews, not the engineers, not the business stakeholders who have companies, not the ministerial expert, none of them mentioned ownership of data. None of them thought about this as a risk or an opportunity. So that just shows you that wasn't in the conversation, because they brought up many things that we didn't ask, because it was such a technical field. They had to enter their own inputs into the conversation a lot. It was very open-ended interview, but they did not mention this. But we hope to make a follow-up research on 5G and also issues that relate to digital sovereignty and ownership, because that seems to be the next level of risk and perhaps opportunity. On digital sovereignty, I don't think it was directed at me, but I still want to say a few things. And that is, from where I stand, Turkey would be Turkey would have the best chance to achieve not sovereignty, not in a binary term. I think in 21st century you cannot discuss it in a binary term. Either you have it or you don't have it. But perhaps more like a spectrum. You have more of it or less of it, and in which sector. So perhaps Turkey can prioritize a sector within digital connectivity that it wishes to have more sovereignty over. That can be equipment, that can be software, that can be innovation, that can be just connectivity on its own. But Turkey has to choose to have more sovereignty. It has to intend to have sovereignty. So I think that would be what I would like to say first. And secondly, as it does select a sub-area within which it wishes to increase its sovereignty, it can diversify its procurement strategies, its technology transfer strategies, diversify not just between US and China, but between many EU member states and perhaps with other global southern countries. The end, overall, I think on all things related to infrastructure, digital or hard infrastructure, Turkey should coordinate more with EU member states, because in terms of infrastructure and Chinese penetration into that infrastructure, Turkey has more things in common with similar sized and similar sort of development level EU member states than other global southern states. So that's also, I think, the wish of Turkish business sector. It's also the wish of at least one coalition in Turkish bureaucracy. So I would say that on, I think that's it for me. Yeah? I'm not missing anything. Okay.
We have 2 minutes to go. If we have one more question, we can get. But if we don't have, we can end the session here. And after the break at 4, we will be here with the final session. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to session 4 of our forum. Welcome again. This time our topic will be much more related with the Turkey. This session is entitled Digital Competition in the Neighborhood, and specifically Lessons for Turkey. Of course, just like in all other sessions, we will have 2 speakers. We will start with Dr. Emre Demir, TED University. He will be talking about digital competition in the Gulf. Lessons for Turkey. Then we will continue with Dr. Ceren Ergenç from Center for European Policy Studies. Ceren Hoca kindly connected with us using some remote softwares, actually, so that we will be connecting with her in order to learn, in order to hear her talk. So let's start with Emre Hoca. The floor is yours, hocam.
Şunu tam ekrana nasıl alıyoruz PDF?
Şu duplicate yapınca oluyor. Biraz önce yaptınız.
Duplicate aldık da şeyde.
Tamam, anladım, tamam.
Tam ekran almak
Anladım,
istemiştim
tamam.
önceden.
Yok,
ama
tamam.
olsun.
Yok, şöyle anladım ben. Şimdi de
Böyle devam etmeyelim diye.
anladım. Şuradan. Hop. Şurada aslında şey çıkıyor ama. Neyse böyle yaparız. Benim için çok sorun değil. Evet, evet, şuradan.
O küçük çek tekrar.
Yok, şuraya gelip. Yok ona tıklayın. Orada full screen modu var ya. Süper. Teşekkür ederim. İhtiyaç yok, buradan oluyor. Thank you very much, Berkay. Hocam, once again, I'm here in front of you. Since we are the ones who are talking and like moderating all sessions, it's like we made a show for ourselves. But this is the final one. This time, I will be talking about digital competition in the Gulf. But of course, Gulf region is a wide region and it includes several countries. Initially, I thought about talking about Saudi Arabia as well as the United Arab Emirates and their experiences in navigating the global digital competition. But then I realized that including the UAE would be, would result in a too long presentation. So I thought that I should stick to the Saudi Arabia only. So I will first talk about Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and their goal of transforming their oil-based economy into a modern economy that meets today's needs, let's say. And next, I will discuss how the country navigates the digital competition between the United States and China. And finally, I will offer some lessons, actually 4 lessons, Turkey can learn from the Saudi experience. So in 2016, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince and Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman introduced the kingdom's ambitious Vision 2030. This comprehensive reform program is designed to create a diverse and sustainable economy, and its main goal is to reduce Saudi Arabia's dependence on fossil fuels. Because at the time of its announcement, so in 2016, oil accounted for over 80% of the government's revenues and 85% of its exports, as well as over 40% of the country's gross domestic product. So which means that it's a very much oil-dependent economy. And to be able to fulfill the promise of transforming this oil-based economy, the Saudi economy needs to transform into a global investment powerhouse, which is a very hard task to complete, of course. Vision 2030 is also the foundation of the kingdom's digital transformation and has had a significant impact on the country's techno-scientific trajectory in the last decade or so. Key goals in Vision 2030's techno-scientific push include exploiting the commercial and industrial applications of locally generated research, substantially expanding Saudi-made, so local, content in manufactured products, and bringing about the 4th industrial revolution to the kingdom. In line with these goals, the kingdom aims to position itself at the center of digital transformation in the Middle East, and it is very much competing with the United Arab Emirates in this endeavor, let's say. That's why I wanted to include first the UAE experience as well, but as I said, it would be a very long presentation, so I thought that I should be excluding it. But with Sirma Altun, we are working on a paper, actually, that compares Saudi and Emirati digital sector transformations and how they navigate this global competition between China and the United States. So hopefully, in the coming months, we will complete it and find a suitable venue to publish it. So as digital technologies play a critical role in the Saudi government's efforts to diversify the economy, the country aspires to be one of the world's top 5 digital governments by 2030, so in 5 years. And since announcing their vision in 2016, the kingdom has taken steps toward this goal by establishing various government offices and companies that focus on digitalization, as well as publishing numerous documents, strategies, plans, and laws. So here I included a set of them, actually. So, for example, in the year 2019, the Saudi Data and AI Authority was formed, and it has 3 sub-entities: the National Data Management Office, the National Center for AI, and the National Information Centers. And in 2020, the Saudi Data and AI Authority published the National Strategy for Data and Artificial Intelligence. In addition to these, actually, government offices and strategies, plans, and laws, Saudi Arabia has also established several technology companies that specialize in various fields of digitalization. The most notable among these are the public investment fund-owned Saudi Call for Artificial Intelligence, which was established in 2021. And this provides comprehensive state-of-the-art AI and emerging technology solutions across multiple fields, supporting a broad range of applications for businesses and consumers. The company targets key sectors such as energy, financial services, healthcare, and smart cities. So here we actually, in the first 3 sessions, we exclusively focused on artificial intelligence and this like semiconductors and rivalry in that realm, but actually the application of digital technology and artificial intelligence actually has a much broader influence in different sectors. In 2024, so just last year, a lot was introduced with $100 billion in funding, and with a goal of creating a world-class manufacturing hub powered by clean energy. So here we see that the kingdom, so Saudi Kingdom, as well as the United Arab Emirates, actually are trying to link renewable energy production and artificial intelligence or digital sectors. So actually, this is a combined effort by these countries. So they are not only relying on their fossil fuels while powering, let's say, their digital sectors, but they actually want to benefit from renewable energy. By the way, renewable in this case includes nuclear power also, to power their high energy intensive needs of, let's say, artificial intelligence. And finally, on May 12 of this year, just before President Trump's visit to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia's AI startup Humane was officially launched with over $100 billion in planned investments. As a full-stack AI company, from infrastructure to hardware and software, Humane works on the 4 core layers of AI: applications, cloud, data models, and infrastructure. And since May, so in the last few months, Humane has released an Arabic chatbot, an operating system, and other AI tools that can be achieved especially by businesses. So these are primarily oriented towards businesses, not only in the kingdom or in the region, but globally actually. However, the company's main selling point to the Silicon Valley, so to the United States, because their #1 priority to establish ties with the United States and their big tech companies, Humane has so the company's main selling point to the Silicon Valley has been Saudi Arabia's inexpensive energy for powering data centers. This includes both fossil fuels and non-fossil fuels. So Humane has promised to build 6.6 gigawatts of computing capacity by 2034, which is enough to power roughly 5 million US homes at any given moment. And this ambitious goal is rivaling the size of OpenAI's expensive, which is 10 gigawatts, Stargate project in the United States, and the United Arab Emirates has a similar project which aims to build 5 gigawatts of data centers in the Emirates in the coming years. So the estimated cost of the project of Humane is $77 billion at current market rates. Most probably it will be much more than that in the coming years. So these 2 Arab countries, let's say, are actually aiming to use their oil-produced wealth, the wealth coming from petroleum, to transform their petroleum-based economies. So this, of course, requires international partnerships, right? I mean, the United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia, they do not have the technological capacity, scientific capacity, or human resources to achieve these goals. Yes, they have the financial capacity, but they do not have the technological or human resources. So with the United States and China compete for AI dominance, and which was our topic in the first 3 sessions, Saudi Arabia is leveraging its investments in AI technologies to become indispensable and, if possible, untouchable to both their allies and adversaries, to both China, to the United States, and other regional and global actors. Indeed, across the Gulf, countries are prioritizing AI development to boost their economies and position themselves favorably relative to the United States, China, and other global powers. So the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are leading the charge by investing in data centers, as I explained previously, and partnering with tech giants such as OpenAI, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon Web Services. A central goal of Saudi Vision 2030, as we talked before, is to establish Saudi Arabia as a global investment hub. And to achieve this, the country must foster international partnerships and leverage its strategic geographic location. So localizing production is one of the primary goals of the region, so Saudi-made content. And this is especially in renewable energy, digital technology, defense, and transportation. And to be able to do that, as I said before, Saudi Arabia needs to make international partnerships. And two countries emerge as leading partners or possible partners for Saudi Arabia. And the first one is the United States. So President Trump's visit to Riyadh on May 13, 2025, so just a day after Humane was established, contributed to Saudi Arabia's efforts to strengthen its partnerships with US-based multinational companies, particularly in the field of digital technology. During the visit, leading US technology companies signed multi-billion-dollar deals with their Saudi counterparts. For example, AMD and Humane agreed to establish a $10 billion joint venture to supply high-end AI chips for developing Saudi digital infrastructure. Within 5 years, so by 2030, the joint venture aims to build the world's most open, scalable, resilient, and cost-efficient AI infrastructure that will power the future of global intelligence, says the webpage of the joint venture. The infrastructure will consist of a network of AMD-based AI computing centers stretching from Saudi Arabia to the United States. This is not merely a chip purchasing agreement, by the way. So it involves developing digital ecosystems that include data centers, research institutions, and regional innovation hubs. Because the desire, let's say, to transform oil-based economy into a digital economy requires knowledge transfer from outside actors. Humane also reached an agreement with NVIDIA, the leading semiconductor company in the world, to purchase thousands of AI chips for AI factories with up to 500 megawatts of capacity that Humane is set to build in Saudi Arabia. Initially, NVIDIA will provide Humane with 18,000 of Blackwell chips, most advanced chips, with many more to follow. And finally, Humane signed a memorandum of understanding with Qualcomm, another AI company, to develop and build AI data centers and hybrid AI services. Qualcomm will provide high-performance, energy-efficient central processing units and AI solutions to support Humane's digital infrastructure. So these deals are very important, but they are not only important for the economic value that they create for both countries. More than that, they provide Saudi Arabia with the opportunities to acquire cutting-edge hardware and software to develop its infrastructure, digital infrastructure. And this way, the Trump administration has enabled the kingdom to overcome limitations imposed by the Biden administration on January of this year through the regulatory framework for the responsible diffusion of advanced AI technology. So in the final days of the Biden administration actually classified countries into three. A small number of countries were accepted as the allies of the United States, and they were given free hand to acquire most advanced semiconductors, while the third group of countries included Russia, North Korea, Iran, China, which were impossible to buy advanced chips from the United States. But the middle ones, including Turkey, Saudi Arabia, buying semiconductors from the US companies required the approval of Washington. So with this deal, actually, the Trump administration wanted Saudi Arabia as well as the United Arab Emirates to overcome this limitation. These deals could also enable the United States to regain its position as a leader in Saudi digital technology and infrastructure development, surpassing China, because as we will see soon, China has been very actively involved in the Saudi digital market. So, in fact, actually, some people celebrated the deals for trying not only Saudi Arabia, but also the United Arab Emirates and the Gulf region in general to the US technology stack. There's another example called a company called G42, which is the leading digital and artificial intelligence company in the United Arab Emirates, which is considered as a blueprint for future US tech partnerships in the region. So Trump's visit to Riyadh, because there G42 promised to give up on all its China investments to further its ties with the United States, especially with Microsoft. So here, some Saudi companies, and most importantly, the ones that I recently touched upon, Alat and Humane, thought that they could actually give up on their China deals. For example, Amit Mitra, Alat CEO, stated in an interview that the United States is their preferred partner and that his company would divest from its Chinese partners if required by the United States. And as we will see, actually, Alat has a partnership with Lenovo, which is a Chinese company. Additionally, Humane CEO Tarek Amin, actually just 5 weeks ago, stated that the company would not purchase equipment from Huawei Technologies just to be able to acquire these semiconductors. And such promises seem to pay off. Just days after Mohammed bin Salman's visit to Washington 2 weeks ago, the United States authorized the export of advanced semiconductors to Saudi companies, thus fulfilling its part of the deal that was reached during the president's visit to Riyadh in May 2025. And as a result, Humane will receive thousands of chips from NVIDIA, AMD, and other US companies in the coming months. But there's also this China part, of course. China has also actively contributed to the kingdom's efforts to digitalize its economy and society. So the two countries have established a robust and expanding partnership in digital technology and related sectors that closely aligns with Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and China's Digital Silk Road initiative. So the two countries have signed agreements to promote engagement in smart city and smart energy grid management technologies, digital infrastructure such as fiber optics, and e-governance. Furthermore, the two countries have a 5G infrastructure deal. So Huawei is the leading company that builds the 5G infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, and they are in talks for 6G deals, actually. Over the years also, Chinese firms have established a robust network of partnerships in the country in areas such as cloud computing, AR training programs, gaming and streaming devices, CCTV infrastructure, and fixed wireless installations. I will not go into details very much, but we see that like the two countries have like strong partnerships, especially in the digital technology sector. And in return, Saudi Arabia has also invested in China's digital technology sectors, even though when compared to Saudi investment in the United States, the Saudi presence in the Chinese market is quite low, so they have been partnering with Chinese companies. So, for example, the Prosperity 7 Venture Capital Fund of Saudi Arabia supports Chinese firms in sectors such as financial technology, cloud services, biotechnology, robotics, and artificial intelligence. So therefore, Saudi Arabia is not only receiving investment or partnerships from China into its own digital sectors, but Saudi Arabia is also making investments in the Chinese market. Despite this, growing presence in the Chinese market is quite limited compared to Saudi engagement in the US market, let's say. And as final remarks, which lessons we can draw from the Saudi experience to Turkey? So these two countries, of course, have different characteristics, right? Like Turkey is a manufacturing hub and primarily located closer to the European regional production network and also producing low to mid technology products. While on the other hand, Saudi Arabia is a petroleum producing country with a desire or aspiration to become a leader in digital sectors in the region. Despite that, as I said, Saudi Arabia offers some lessons for Turkey. First of all, it demonstrates the necessity of a long-term plan to transform a country's economy and meet the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. In other words, the scale of the digital industry requires long-term planning, state leadership, and financial backing, rather than ad hoc policies implemented by Turkey. Second, such a transformation requires strong institutions, including government offices and private companies that focus on digitalization, as well as document strategies, plans, and laws. Third, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, both of them, aim to power their massive data centers, which are integral to their digital economies with renewable energy. So Turkey can learn this from this experience or ambition, as it is one of the leading countries that has adopted renewable energy in the region. So as Turkey will host COP31 in the coming year, it can advance its ambitions in renewable energy as well as digital technologies by forming international partnerships through its leadership in the COP31 process. Finally, like Saudi Arabia, Turkey is a digital technology importing country, so we are reliant upon others to bring us the technology. Derya Hoca already talked about the Huawei example, right? So it would be in Turkey's interest to strike a delicate balance among the great powers while keeping its alliance with the United States in mind. And this final sentence is a way of linking my presentation to Ceren Hoca's one. So Turkey would or could benefit from joining hands with the EU to avoid becoming trapped in the digital competition between the United States and China and find its way in a more secure environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emre Hocam. And now it is time for Dr. Ceren Ergenç's talk. Dr. Ergenç is participating to our forum from Center for European Policy Studies. Her speech will be titled, De-risking Together Turkey's Prospects in the European Union's Quest for Digital Sovereignty in the Global Tech Competition. Ceren Hocam, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well. I have just sent a request to share my screen.
Okay.
And yeah, if the host can allow me share my screen.
Of course, just a minute, please.
Sure, yeah. In the meantime, greetings from Brussels. From the heart of the EU, which is in an existential crisis, given the recent developments. So this actually meeting is very timely in this sense to talk about EU recalibrating its role and place in the global economic order.
Yeah, great. Can you share your screen now?
Now, yes, I believe so. Hold on.
All right, the screen is yours, Hocam.
Thank you. I will need a second, I think. Talking about cybersecurity, we use Teams, not Zoom anymore, so I'm losing my Zoom muscles, it seems. Is it all set? Can you see my screen? Yes, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see. Okay, thank you. So I had the benefit of coming to LAS in this very productive discussion, day-long productive discussion. So I'm gonna be quick about how I see the global and regional picture, but I still want to talk about it a little bit because it actually will help me to locate the EU within this global technology picture. So as many speakers, but most lately Emre talked about the merging of the twin transitions. So we have been talking about the twin industrial revolutions of digital and the renewables, but we see in the last years the digital also covering the green, our green like merging into the digital, so digital becoming vital to many technologies, including the green. And a lot of scholars and policy analysis use the Second Cold War analogy for this technology war. It is used colloquially as a trade war between China and the US, but it's actually a technology war. And there are a lot of Cold War analogies going on, and I'm going to actually stick to that analogy too, and I'm going to look at what I metaphorically call the new third world in this Second Cold War over technological rivalry. And for that, the main concept we need to use is, I think, state-led globalization, or the return of the state, return of the industrial policy in order to steer this technological rivalry. And different powers in this tech rivalry have positioned themselves differently. And the superpowers, as many of the previous speakers talk, like Michael from China and Raisal from here, that the superpowers like China and the US use both protectionism and containment of the rivals as forms of decoupling or superiority in these technological wars. Whereas the others, the rest of the globe, try to double de-risk from both superpowers, both China and the US, in order to prevent dependencies on either one of these superpowers or both. And again, referring back to Cold War terminology, we talk about a digital non-alignment in the rest of the countries, but this digital non-alignment, or as I'm going to suggest later in my presentation, digital polyalignment, actually takes place in different forms, in different parts of the globe, I think. The global south, or the plural south, global majority, is actually moving up on the core-periphery relations, again referring to the world system theory here about the Cold War, thanks to the battle of offers. So now that we can choose between the Chinese and the US offers, technology and trade offers, they're actually able to scale up in critical infrastructure supply chains, or at least that's the intention, right? Whereas the middle powers like the EU, Japan, Korea, the tech middle powers, I would claim, are actually moving down on the core-periphery relations due to the decades-long deindustrialization and the new attempt at reindustrialization and catching up with the superpowers. So if we focus on the EU, it is one of these tech middle powers that is going through this tension, internal tension of being a digital periphery, if I may. So what we face in Europe today is the loss of its regulatory and normative power in new technologies to set the tone, set the rules of the game. and the large middle class markets of Europe has for a long time enabled the Brussels effects, but the very nature of the new technologies, the AI powered technological developments are actually stripping the EU of its traditional regulatory and normative power. And the debate now is to actually bypass, sideline the traditional values of democratic, open, accountable technology development in favor of competitiveness. I'm referring to the discussions about the digital omnibus in China, so that the small startups, innovation-heavy digital companies can actually have a head start and be able to compete, if not with China and the US, at least with the fellow tech middle powers. And here we see a fragmentation between the EU as an institution and the European countries, the member states, and the European businesses on the other hand. The EU and the EU institutions are trying to stick to the regulatory and normative power, arguing for digital sovereignty, and similar to like what Emma suggested for the Gulf, for example, made in Europe, and buy in Europe kind of policies, whereas the member states and the private sector in the member states look for more of a nuanced, flexible, if not a compromise stance and digital resilience. And having again, going back to the concept of poly-alignment, a nuanced relationship at different layers of the technology stack of Europe. And within this, just to quickly mention, Europe has a variegated picture of relative strengths. In the hardware side of things, there are some countries good at some chiplets, like minor part of the semiconductor industry, but they definitely have a place in supply chains, as the recent Nexperia crisis showed us. But when it comes to software, we see almost like absolute dependence on the US software in platform economies, and also the softwares for industrial technology equipment usage as well. And hence, these days, there is an internal debate within the EU about switching sides, if I may, not in these like radical terms, not in the Cold War terms, but embracing China's industrial AI approach and developing a hybrid, hence resilience digital presence globally. And this is, I find this particular debate quite interesting. So I'm going to focus on the European approach to AI governance, besides all the other middle powers. So just to give a background about what I'm talking about here, again referring back to this Cold War analogy, camps in AI governance, we see that US dominates the AGI, the artificial general intelligence domain, based on LLMs, and powered by GPUs, these high-speed computers. Sorry for the background noise. the high speeds computer systems conducive to foundation AI for leaps in technological development. Hence, the US has been the leader in AI-based technology development for a long time. However, it is important to note here that the AGI business model of the US is geared towards content production, platform economies, and the innovation happens through mechanisms like ChatGPT, OpenAI, and Anthropic. And the regulatory framework is responsibility-based, which is actually very similar to other industrial regulatory frameworks of the US. So I don't think that there's big surprise there. But in this particular case, the responsibility-based framework, meaning the US's refusal to engage in multilateral governance bodies to come up with universally applicable AI ethics and safety rules, actually puts it at odds with China and the middle powers, including primarily the EU. But from a business perspective, the responsibility-based model, meaning that let's not have any regulatory framework before an incident happen, actually is very innovation-oriented. When we look at China, we see a focus on applied AI, meaning AI to be used for industrial upgrading. And we see the benefits of that in the Chinese case in the high level of robotization. And that is based on CPU-based, CPU-powered system, not as good as the GPU-based like the US one. It is low speed, but good enough for industrial technologies. And the regulatory framework, as I said, is security-based and comprehensive, sectorally differentiated, obviously, but still comprehensive and universally applicable. So it is in contrast to the US system and in convergence, more or less, with the EU's risk-based regulatory framework. Risk-based regulatory framework means preemptive promulgation of laws and regulations for AI ethics and safety. And the China's security-based understanding is in line with this risk-based approach, but also very much politically oriented and including clauses for national security, which brings up the questions of digital developmentalism actually paving the way, creating an environment conducive to the good old authoritarian developmentalism, right? So that's where they diverge from the EU's liberal rights and freedoms based approach. But then, of course, the question is, does the EU have the normative power to actually push for that? So here, I want to come to the EU's position among the middle powers. So I talked about like how it positions itself with the superpowers. So when we look at the technical middle powers, like Japan, Korea, Singapore, Canada, with which EU has formal digital partnerships and other partners that it has looser, more flexible cooperation arrangements. So this loose network of horizontal network of tech middle powers actually leads to a convergence in hybrid models. And what I mean with hybrid models in technology development and in financing, in technology development, a mixed use of open source and commercial at different levels of tech stacks. The Eurostack proposed for the EU heavily relies on open source because there's a growing criticism towards over-reliance, over-dependence on the US software here in Brussels, as I mentioned before. But of course, there's an opposite camp within the EU, which that warns about the cybersecurity concerns related to open source industrial development. But the innovation gap between the EU and superpowers actually doesn't allow a local locally based solution to the cybersecurity concerns. And in terms of financing, subsidies, and these subsidies has been an issue since like the earlier panels today, different forms of subsidies. And since EU is not big on direct state subsidies, or institutional subsidies, let's say, what they are trying to promote is public-private partnerships to mobilize the private sector to actually cooperate with the public for long-term investments, which is a difficult thing to do because like the other middle powers like Brazil and South Africa and the Asian tech powers rely more on subsidies, state subsidies, which gives the leverage of a deep pocket for the private companies, or the slow capital, as Veysel called earlier, whereas the public-private partnerships are more open to risks of high risks of new digital developments, and therefore the EU has not been terribly successful in mobilizing its own private sector. And that's why, and also because it has been very slow in creating the other financial tools that will support the PPPs, like the Digital Sovereign Fund, Digital Capital Union, the 28 regime, meaning having a de jure legal entity, not a real country, but a legal entity in addition to the 27 members of the Union, in which the digital startups can operate smoothly instead of the fragmented legal and financial regulations of the individual member states. But except the baby steps of the 28 regime, the sovereign fund and the capital union are still at the discussion level. As the common saying goes, here EU is a very big ship that moves very slowly. So the alternative that the EU institutions come up for this is the digital partnerships. And of course, that is also a very slow motion change in EU's foreign policy behavior, because it also means a change in the identity from being the provider of development to third countries. Europe actually has to redefine itself as an equal among many, right? In these partnerships. So there are multiple bilateral, multilateral, and regional initiatives. And they are all flexible and legally non-binding and focusing on business partnerships, science collaborations, like including Japan, Korea, Canada, maybe India in the Horizon Europe, in quantum computing and fusion and everything. And also the new development paradigm, meaning using the connectivity initiatives like the Global Gateway or the Mediterranean Pact as ways of helping the partners to scale themselves up in the critical infrastructure supply chains, but also partnering with them to reduce its own dependencies to superpowers as well. So this multitude of partnerships with countries of variegated levels of technological or digital development puts the EU in and all the other middle powers actually in a position of actually digital resilience more than digital sovereignty, in my opinion, because these multiple partnerships actually makes decoupling next to impossible from the superpowers and make the technology stacks actually quite quite merged, let's say. So if I, since my time is up, I'm just going to talk about Turkey as a digital partner to the EU. And here, as far as I can tell, there's not much digital partnership going on between Turkey and the EU. So what I see for the prospects of Turkey as a digital partner to the EU is twofold, and it reflects the two-track relationship that Turkey will probably have with the EU in the future. And I know that my colleagues who work on Turkey-EU relations back in Turkey don't like this idea, but this is how it is seen from Brussels, basically, that the EU is willing to engage with Turkey on two tracks. One is as a candidate country, and the customs union modernization that will put Turkey in the digital supply chains falls in that. But that relationship is kind of stuck for geopolitical reasons, mostly. But the new EU's new identity as a global partner actually opens room to Turkey as a partner country, especially in the Mediterranean Pact, and also other connectivity initiatives like IMEC, Middle Corridor, Global Gateway, and whatnot, and engage with the EU both as a supplier but also a more or less equal partner in its de-risking attempts vis-a-vis China and the US. And I'm going to conclude with one specific example of the AI center collaboration that TÜBİTAK has with Spain. That is actually a good example of the transitionary position both the EU and Turkey has, because the AI centers in Europe are not harmonized. They are not close to AI excellence centers. Their grid infrastructure is not connected, and that includes Turkey as well. In terms of data compliance and cybersecurity and AI regulatory convergence, there's much discussion within the EU about not relying on the US software and rules and de-risking by further engagement with China, maybe not in Europe proper, but in third countries like South Africa, for example. Turkey's collaboration with the Spanish AI centers, one of the 7 AI centers in Europe, actually is a good case in point for that. That transitionary collaboration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ceren Hocam. Perhaps you have some time for the question and answer session, right? Yes, okay. So, any questions for any of our speakers for this session? Please.
Thank you very much. It's really a fruitful day for me assisting to this forum. both the topic I know because I'm working also on EU sovereignty, and as Emre Hoca knows, also on Saudi Arabia, and by the way, very interesting research. And I have two questions, one from Emre Hoca about Turkey, Saudi Arabia. I mean, as you mentioned, there are many points that are quite specular between the two countries. And given the, I mean, state of Abraham Accord, Israel is not a partner anymore when it comes to technology, at least not officially with Saudi Arabia and Gulf countries. Do you think it's, I mean, even speculation, but do you think that Turkey and Saudi Arabia can have some types of collaboration, especially in renewable energy, which is also very profitable and very promising sector in Turkey? And then for Ceren Hoca, I totally agree with your view on sovereignty. I mean, it's more resilience than sovereignty when it comes to the EU. But I would, maybe it's too specific question, but for you, the Digital Europe program can represent a real tool. I mean, we saw that also Turkey is part of it. And as far as I know, there are very good funds for Turkey, especially in artificial intelligence. Not the cluster on cybersecurity, which Turkey withdrew, but I mean, do you think Digital Europe program, maybe not in the traditional sense, but can be a tool like to trigger a bit a Brussels effect, or still the normative EU values, let's say normative effect in the AI or let's say in digital field? Thank you so much.
Okay, maybe we have more questions. We have one question there.
Hi, I'm Irmak from TED University, the Department of English Language and Literature. I have a question for Emre Hoca. If Saudi Arabia reaches its goal of becoming one of the top 5 digital government by 2030, how will this new digital governance model reshape its political economy, its social contract, and even its regional leadership ambitions?
Thank you very much, Irmak. And Marty has a question.
Thank you. Actually, I have 2 questions, each one for both speakers, respectively. The first one is about Turkey being a regional bridge, regional technological bridge. So given Turkey's simultaneous engagement with both Gulf and Europe and focused on digital agenda, do you believe that Turkey can position itself as a technological bridge in the region? And what are the conditions that are necessary for that so that it can be a strategic asset rather than a weakness? So it might be a strong strength rather than weakness. And the second question is about regarding the second speaker, Ceren Hoca. Turkey is, as you said, in cooperation with EU for digital sovereignty. So as the EU intensifies the de-risking efforts in response to global tech dependencies, and in which domain do you see the greatest potential for strategic cooperation between Turkey and EU, European Union, to strengthen the digital sovereignty together? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have one question there, and then
Serdar Afshar, Foreign Trade Specialist. When we talk, Emre Hoca, when we talk about Saudi Arabia, there is another concept coming to my mind: rentier state. Hamza Beblavi's and Luciani's concept, rentier state, and the redistribution of income among citizens, and at the end, no representation, no taxation, no representation. And there are already existing institutions, maybe related to TED students actually question, but there are already existing institutions. Do you think for an AI-based economy, is it easy to overcome the already existing institutions in the Saudi Arabia? Thank you.
Recep Bey, another question.
Thank you. So one question to Emre Hoca. We have been reading or observing several AI strategy reports or plans, but most oftentimes I feel like there are very ambitious goals, but that makes me remember a famous quote like Rolls-Royce ambitious but Rover motor, like, right? So when it comes to realizing this kind of ambitious plans, you need to have a solid economic background behind it as well. So from this perspective, do you think, is it a realistic plan for Saudi Arabia and those kind of countries with this kind of economic structure to have these goals in reality? Thank you.
All right, last call for the questions. No? Okay. So that we can turn to the answers, why not starting with the Ceren Hoca? Ceren Hoca, would you like to start with your answers?
Sure, yeah. The Digital Europe program, exactly, it is like a perfect example of the two-track engagement between the EU and Turkey. I mean, like the first question, yes, I fully agree that there is the potential there, but I'm going to combine this question with this technology bridge question. I think it's all depends on or boils down to a strong industrial policy that would steer the technology startups towards better utilization of these funds. Because the Digital Europe program itself is in flux and in transition. So who's going to make the best use of these funds, Digital Europe funds, will be the ones that have a strong industrial policy and a roadmap, basically, for digital industrial upgrading. To this end, if I combined the third question into this, they were kind of related, at least in my mind. Turkey, I'm not coming from a engineer background or ICT background. My expertise is in industrial policymaking. So from where I come from, what I see is that Turkey can integrate into the European digital value chain as a provider of the supplementary products, the second, the most innovation-heavy technology, the core of the technology, but the secondary supply chains. But again, as I said, this is a view of a political science public policy scholar. So if the audience, has a more technical response to that, I'm actually very interested in hearing the specific technical response to that. Thank you.
Okay, any participants related with the answers from the more technical expertise point of view? No? Okay, we can continue with Emre Hoca.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions. I have a bunch of them to answer, but I will combine some of them. Let me go in order. So can Turkey and Saudi Arabia have partnerships in digital or in green tech maybe, or in renewable energy? Like Saudi Arabia, actually Aqua Power has an intention in investing in Turkey. They aim to build solar farms, let's say, solar energy farms in Sivas and Karaman, 1 billion each, $1 billion in each. So it seems that Turkey will offer space for them to make the investments. Other than that, for the moment, I don't see such a partnership opportunity other than that. I mean, but I mean, there might be some, because I mean, I am not working, I'm not someone working on Turkey much, right? So I'm working on China and more interested in the Saudi Arabian case as a battleground between China and the United States, let's say. And linking that to the question of can Turkey be a tech bridge between the West and the East, for the moment I don't see that like possibility. I mean, because I mean, in such an environment in Turkish political economy, where the economy is not making good, let's say, at the, to be the most, in the most softest way, and where the leadership of the country doesn't seem to be making long-term plans, either very ambitious ones or very realistic ones, trying to locate Turkey as a bridge. Because, like, yes, we have, I mean, I have been listening or hearing this phrase of Turkey being a bridge since maybe 35 years, since I have been in the education sector, let's say. But I mean, we are talking more about it as a country, actually, rather than trying to make it a reality. Because when I started reading on Saudi Arabia, their like technological aspirations, renewable energy, etc., there I saw that they are also considering themselves as a bridge between East and the West. And they also include Africa to the picture. So they are saying that we are like linking Asia, Europe, and Africa. So actually, it seems like it's not specific to Turkey. Everyone wants to be a bridge. But bridge of what? I mean, are we going to be just a bridge for others to like use us as a way to cross? Or are we going to really bridge the like different economies, but also locating us either at the center or close to the center of like value chains, production chains, technology chains, or networks. So, and for that, I think Turkey needs a proper leadership, let's say, from the government, from the business, from the universities, from the scientific community, and unfortunately, I don't see that much today in Turkey. And let me see. So maybe I can link two questions. So one from you, the social contract and leadership ambitions of Saudi Arabia and their interior state, and like this, again, it comes because the question is linked to the social contract, right? Because previously, or since, let's say, the oil revenues flew to Saudi Arabia, the state and the citizens, or not this, like the people, let's say, had that deal of, let's say, we provide you the wealth, so no taxation, no representation. But that has been changing under Mohammed bin Salman, actually, and under his leadership. Because he's aware of the fact that such a system cannot be sustainable in the long run. And over 60% of the population is younger than 30, age of 30. So these people demand change. They don't want things to continue as before. And I don't know when, but the fossil fuel age will finally come to an end. And these countries need to adapt to these changes. And therefore, like this young generation of leadership, because like in the past, like when you look at the history of Saudi Arabia, you will see that Saudi Arabia has always been ruled by older men. So it's an old man leadership style. I mean, quite actually similar to what we have been witnessing since a long time, but still. But this time, a guy at the age of like early 30s became a prime minister, and with like strong backing from the king, his father. And he should be at the age of 40 or 41 nowadays. Even though he's not the king, he's actually like the ultimate decision maker. And he has that ambition to transform the country. I don't know if they will be successful. We will see, because yes, they have that highly ambitious programs, like extremely ambitious. Some of those plans or promises will not be met. For example, Mohammed bin Salman recently, during his visit to the United States, promised to make $1 trillion US dollars worth of investments in the United States, which is impossible to achieve, and during Donald Trump's presidency. So it means that in approximately 3 years to come, it's impossible. I mean, it's almost the size of the Saudi economy. But they know how to court President Trump, so actually that's why they are doing. But actually, I mean, or at least they have the vision. That's important. They might not achieve majority of their visions, but actually they are trying to transform their economies and society actually, because like this transformation is not only about like transforming economy, like oil-based economy into a, let's say, digital-based or like other types of economic activities, but also they want to transform the society, include more, like women, more into the economy, into the society, and they want to change the relationship between the state and the people also. So they want to create a society that can meet the needs of the future requirements, but we will see if they will be successful. Thank you for the questions.
All right, now before applauding our speakers, let's applaud also for our volunteering students. Our technical excellent desk providing multimedia services, especially Bülent İbrahim Tan and Bektaş Gözü Yılmaz. Thank you very much. And also, once again, thank you very much for US mission to Turkey for making this event possible, actually. And the biggest thank you goes for the participants, because you participated this event, everything became suitable, actually. So this concludes the Great Power Competition in the Age of Digital Transformation Forum. But this will be the first one, because we are hoping that in the following years, the Graduate Program Forum Series for International Relations and Political Science graduate program will continue with the next events. So before finishing the event, any concluding remarks, Emre Hocam? All right, thank you very much, and hopefully see you in some other dimensions or maybe next chapter of this event. Thank you.